Go live. Go live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Trey 5. Perfect time of podcast. Make the party go live. Go live. Go live. Go live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Trey 5. Perfect time of podcast. Make the party more live. Go live. Go live. Go live. Double tap, hit the like button. Welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast. Welcome, welcome, you're welcome. Welcome to the #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and political debate. #1 for the Iran update, day 6. Day 6, we still in the mix. Trump has announced we may be there for 4 to 5 weeks. I don't know what they told you, but this is not going to be an overnight win. We came for a regime change. We came to do the damn thing. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 on YouTube. It's Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash. 2026 is coming up real fast. We're going to get this election done, and it's going to be fun. 2026 and 2028, MAGA is on it, and we're going to be straight. Let's go, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm here. I'm here. You made it, man. I know you've been saying to yourself, man, I got to catch this guy live. I want to catch him. You got to hit the subscribe button, man. You got to hit the notification bell, man. And I'm running a Somalian special right now for you. Only you. The Somalian special is running right now. What is the Somalian special, you may ask? Well, you can join my channel for less than a cup of coffee, less than 10 cents a day, or you can feed a starving Somalian. That's the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. #1 podcast on YouTube. That's right. That's right. That's right. Running a Somalian special for members only, man. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. When you subscribe to the channel, get a plus sign, become a member. Join with that Somalian special right now. Bridge gave out 10 memberships the other day. Let's have some props for the girl Bridge, man. The podcast is growing and going in so many fabulous and wonderful places. I'm just so excited and happy. I just want to send out my love and gratitude to everybody. Double tap, hit the like. But love and gratitude to everybody who's been watching the channel, man. Y'all been watching this red wave. You've been watching the Perfect Timing Podcast wave. Thank you to YouTube, man. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Double tap, hit the like button. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. It's so important that you do so, man. #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and political debate. Perfect Timing Podcast. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. As you come in the chat room, remember to show some love and unity. We want to have love, unity, and respect and peace in the chat. We want to have vigorous debate. How you doing? How you doing to everybody tuning in? I want to say hi to you too, man. How you doing, everybody tuning in? Thank you for coming in, man. Hello, 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 hello. And you're welcome. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical debate. We doing the Iran update, day 6 in Iran. But we're not just doing the Iran update today. We're going to talk about the politics and the politics going on in America, because 2026 is an election year. Yesterday was a big day. Yesterday we had an election. Did you guys know yesterday we had an election? A few things happened yesterday. You know, Jasmine Crockett was actually fired. Can you get a 1 in the chat if you believe Jasmine Crockett should have been fired? Put a 2 in the chat if you agree Jasmine Crockett was wrongfully fired. I've argued that Donald Trump used Greg Abbott to fire Jasmine Crockett for being opposition. Jasmine Crockett said Donald Trump was after her. We never disagreed. I said MAGA knows the climate. Double tap hit the like button. I said MAGA knows the climate. You know what I say every day. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Did you see her crying? Jasmine Crockett, full of tears, lib tears, Democratic tears. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. You no. See, I remember the mink eyelashes during the shutdown. See, 43-day shutdown, TSA agents didn't get paid. Air traffic controllers didn't get paid. Congress people like Jasmine Crockett got paid. I remember the weave, the 30-inch weave down to her fat buttocks. I remember the mink eyelashes. I remember beach blonde, bad built, but I remember the sister girl antics. Then we come to learn to find out you had $1 million education. Jasmine Crockett was a Rhodes Scholar. As she came down the aisle with her sister girl, you better know I'm not no Rhodes Scholar anymore. Sister girl got fired. Yeah, coming in there with all that sister girl language, no decorum, no ethics, and playing an actual character. I believe the character got stale. The character got old. But what did we not break down about Jasmine Crockett being fired? Can we have a talk today? Tim Walsh was testifying yesterday. Keith Ellison looked at like a deer in headlights. Hashtag, haha. Hashtag, haha. Keith Ellison looked at like a deer in headlights. I believe he's going to be prosecuted and he knows he's going to prison. He looks like he's going to prison. Tim Walsh can never run for office ever again. Tim Walsh has stepped down for being a politician. What is this saying for Democrats? What is this saying when Jasmine Crockett can no longer run it, is not viable as a politician anymore? Well, number one thing we didn't talk about that I am happy to celebrate. The squad is dead. The squad is dead. Ding dong. The squad is dead. The squad is dead. The squad is dead. Ding dong. The squad is dead. Hashtag number one Trump. Put a one in the chat that Trump is the number one president. Trump is the number one president ever to live, ever to do this. And I got evidence. What did I tell you? I said Trump is the most prolific second-term president that you've ever seen in your lifetime. I said Trump got the big, beautiful bill passed during his second term. A lot of people, I know you might be angry at the big, beautiful bill. You may not be like Nancy Pelosi. Ha ha. You may not be in the same boat as Nancy Pelosi, who's going to benefit greatly from the big, beautiful bill. Hashtag Nancy Pelosi's not running either. I said Tim Pelosi, like I said, Tim Pelosi. What a Freudian slip, double tap. Tim Walsh, Nancy Pelosi, Jasmine Crockett. The list is just growing. Marjorie Taylor Greene. What's up with your Bruce Wayne the Gray? Double tap, hit the like button. Oh, man, your Miss Bridge gave out memberships, man. I wish you was here. You would have got a membership, man. 10 memberships was gifted out the other day, but I'm glad you're here, brother. Glad to see you, man. The list keeps growing, ladies and gentlemen. The list keeps growing. You have Nancy Pelosi not running. Gavin Newsom, it can no longer run for governor in California. So Gavin Newsom, we can put Gavin Newsom out of business, right? He's going to have to run for Congress or Senate. If we tell Gavin Newsom no at the White House, if we say no to Californication for the nation, we're just putting Democrats out of business left and right. Double tap it. This is the number one podcast on YouTube, man. Number one podcast on YouTube, man. Double tap it the like button, man. This is what we do. We put Democrats out of business left and right, man. The list keeps growing, man. So Gavin can't run again in California. He's forced to run for president. Same thing as Jasmine Crockett. When Donald Trump and Greg Abbott decided to redistrict Texas based on the growing Republican demographic. I played you video. It's not just based on the whim of Donald Trump. There's a demographic shift going on in the country, where the country's leaning more red. You already know that. That's why you're here watching the Perfect Timing podcast, because you know this is the truth. The country's leaning more red. So they redistrict 5 seats into red seats in Texas. Jasmine Crockett was very upset. Jasmine Crockett got on the jet plane. She left on the jet plane to never come back again. Remember what I saw? She's leaving on a jet plane. Jasmine Crockett won't be back again. Sing, everybody. She leaving on a jet plane. Jasmine Crockett won't be back again. Double tap, hit the like button. She left the state, left her job. She was fired then. The seats got redistricted, and Jasmine Crockett couldn't run for Congress. But there never was a real discussion, only on this podcast, because you won't get this type of news on the real on the media. You have to go to independent YouTubers like myself. What I told you when Jasmine Crockett did not run for the 33rd district in Congress again is that DNC wasn't backing her. The same reason why MTG, they both happened at the same time. I'm paying attention. I said, did you see the writing on the wall? Nobody was being honest about the writing on the wall. MTG would not run again because the RNC and Trump pulled the backing. She didn't have the money. She couldn't win without the support of the RNC. That's it. She wasn't going to put her own money behind her mouth. Next time you hear MTG, which you won't because she's been silenced, ask her, put your money where your mouth is. MTG, put your money where your mouth is. MTG didn't run because she couldn't afford it and the RNC wasn't going to back her. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett did not run for Congress because the DNC wasn't going to back her for Congress. So she went behind the DNC's back and launched a Senate campaign. Now, the DNC never told her, when Trump redistrict your seat, we're going to back you for. What did I tell you? They knew that Texas had not elected a Democrat to Senate in over 30 years. And when they did elect a Democrat, it wasn't going to be Jasmine Crockett. We all knew that. We all knew when Texas finally elects a Democrat, it's not going to be a Jasmine Crockett. You can laugh if you want. So the DNC wasn't going to waste the time and the money. Jasmine Crockett went behind their back, launched the Senate campaign with a luscious weave and mink eyelashes and a big round black buttocks. It didn't work. It didn't work. So yesterday, Jasmine Crockett lost. She effectively was fired from politics. What we did not talk about, because there's so much to talk about with the Iran update and the Tim Walz testimony, is that effectively ended the squad. It's a trio. We can call it a trio. It's not a squad anymore. We want to call them a trio. Destiny Child. What's Destiny Child? Destiny Child. What's another one? I'm a survivor. They didn't survive it. They not survivor. They're not a squad anymore, right? Jasmine Crockett is gone. It's a trio now. This is the one thing we did unpack yesterday. We're gonna get to the Iran update. It's so much to unpack. There's so much going on. There's so much geopolitical news. There's so much domestic news. But the one thing we did not say, when Jasmine Crockett lost yesterday, when Jasmine Crockett lost and was fired, that's effectively the end of the squad. There is no more squad, right? You know the squad: AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna. There is no more squad, right? There's a trio, but there is no more squad because Jasmine Crockett was fired. And I say it's going to be down to a duo because I don't see Ilhan Omar getting reelected. I don't see Ilhan Omar getting reelected with the baggage. I mean, she already had the wedding certificate when she married her brother. It's not just us on YouTube. You know, everybody said those guys on YouTube, those Republican YouTubers are saying she married her brother. But then Homeland Security started to investigate. And then they took it from us. And thank you, God. Thank you for blessing us with this great administration, this great Homeland Security, and this great DOJ. They don't have to point fingers at us for being just Republican YouTubers anymore. No, it's a real investigation. And the real investigation got to the marriage certificate where she married her brother. She's worth $30 million now, right? At the same time, $19 billion allegedly. Was it $9 billion? Is it $19 billion? I've heard talks of different. So you guys put in the chat, is it $9 billion? Is it $19 billion? My point is, I don't believe she gets reelected. I don't, if you look at what the DNC just did to Jasmine Crockett, how the DNC just took the rug out from underneath, they put their money and their backing behind Tellerico, a transgender supporting pastor. This is a pastor from Texas who believes that transgender have biblical basis. This is your DNC. This is your socialist left. I wish I was making it up. And I'm telling you, 2026 is in the bag. 2028 is in the bag. You might ask yourself, how can you guys be so sure you're going to win in 2026? How can you be so sure you're going to win it? The DNC decided to back a pastor who believes transgender have biblical basis. That's how we're so sure we're going to win. Because that is so far left from where the center right is aiming and where the American people actually feel. So if that is where the Democrats are betting their money, that's how you know they're not prepared for the ball game. 2026 is being handed to the Republicans. You just got to understand that if you're a Democrat, this is why Bill Maher is upset. This is why Stephen A. Smith is upset, because the Democrats are handing over victory by backing somebody like Tellerico, right? This is supreme left politics, right? Socialist left. But they put him on television next to Colbert and refused to air Jasmine Crockett, basically elevating him. None of us knew his name. No one knew who James Tallarico was. No one knew his politics until Stephen Colbert and that, it was it ABC or CBS, pulled this Democratic psyop. What you need to know is the Democrats are not above doing these psyops, and they have done them before. Going back to Donna Brazile and Hillary Clinton. Does anybody remember Donna Brazile and Hillary Clinton? If you need to understand your DNC, if you need to understand your Democratic Party and what happened to Jasmine Crockett and what happened with Stephen Colbert and what happened with James Taylor, need look no further than Donna Brazile and CNN and a debate where Donna Brazile gave questions and answers to Hillary Clinton. And she was not only a political pundit getting paid by a media establishment, which she shouldn't have been able to do both, but was both getting paid by a media establishment on the Democratic left and also a member of the DNC, a high-ranking DNC official. Now, as a high-ranking member of the DNC, see, this is the thing about politics when they got Kamala Harris to be the nominee without going to convention. I said, you guys don't understand politics. You guys don't understand DNC. You don't know your party. To understand how Jasmine Crockett was just caught up in a Democratic psyop, look no further. You don't have to look very far. You can look at Arctic Frost. You can look at Tulsi Gabbard's investigation into Barack Obama that just exploded. When Tulsi Gabbard just found new evidence that they secretly plotted to raid Mar-a-Lago, right? Biden administration and Barack Obama plotted to raid Mar-a-Lago, right? This is all coming out. You don't have to look far for these Democratic psyops. They're surface. The Democrats are very surface, right? Right? Our president, they tried to assassinate our president multiple times. Our president actually was shot in the ear. They just sentenced the other person who was laying in the grass at a golf course. He just got sentenced to life. But Donald Trump was actually shot in the ear and someone died that day. You have Arctic Frost. You have illegal phone tapping of our president. You have now we learn from Tulsi Gabbard that they illegally conspired to raid Mar-a-Lago. So when you look at Jasmine Crockett, I'm not surprised. MAGA knew the climate. Double tap, hit the like, buddy. I'm not surprised. MAGA knew the climate. When you look at Jasmine Crockett was crying, I'm just like, why is she surprised? Why is she crying? Are you not seeing what I see? The trumped up 34 felonies from a misdemeanor. It was a paper crime. No one's ever been took in a misdemeanor to 34 felonies. And you know how they did it? The American people doesn't go to school. They don't graduate. They don't know civics. They didn't know Donald Trump actually was supposed to be charged with a misdemeanor, right? They didn't know that Letitia James, why is Donald Trump going after Letitia James? Well, Letitia James took a misdemeanor in the Southern District of New York. SDNY. These are why these people are famous. You don't have to look far for a Democratic psyop. Letitia James took a misdemeanor, went to the judge. See, a lot of people don't know this. They just get in my chat. 34 felonies, 34 felonies. You dumb Democrats. That's why you keep getting played, Jasmine Crockett. That's why you was crying, because you couldn't see the psyops. MAGA knew the climate. Letitia James takes to the judge a misdemeanor and says, Judge, let me argue. Give me the leeway. Give me the litigious room to argue that case is not actually a misdemeanor case. It's actually a felony case. Oh, I'll allow it. This is the judge, the liberal Democratic Socialist leftist judge. I'll allow it. So SDNY, under the guidance of Letitia James, argues that Donald Trump paid his lawyer, which is perfectly legal to do, which is why it's a misdemeanor. Donald Trump paid his lawyer, but Donald Trump paid his lawyer, legally paid his lawyer, but he did so in order to cover up and steal the motherfucking election. Can y'all believe this shit? It's not even plausible, right? As you listen to it now that the whole case has been thrown out and Letitia James and Adam Shifty Schiff has been proven to be mortgage fraudsters allegedly, and they're going to be prosecuted for mortgage fraud allegedly. Now you understand what really happened. Like, wait a minute, Perfect. Are you saying Donald Trump didn't commit a felony? No, it was a misdemeanor. And lawyers argue to a liberal socialist leftist judge to allow them to convert the misdemeanor charge into a felony charge, one felony charge with 34 counts. That's why they say 34. It wasn't 34. It was one felony. They changed the misdemeanor to a felony with 34. And then they say in the news, it's like they say tariff is a tax. But remember, last week I debunked tariffs are not a tax, right? Last week I debunked that, and I'm going to talk about how good the economy is doing. So that's why we're going after Letitia James. A lot of people don't even know with the 34 felonies what happened. They think Donald Trump really was charged with a bunch of felonies. They don't realize it was one misdemeanor for him paying his lawyer and a litigious lawyer named Letitia James, who happened to be alleged mortgage frauditors like Adam Shifty Schiff, arguing that misdemeanor should be charged as a felony. And then that judge, that liberal, socialist, leftist judge gave these broad, liberal jury instructions that almost forced the jury to find Donald Trump guilty of that felony, and then they went on with these headlines. That's why the court case got overturned, in case you never knew about Letitia James. I'm just laying the foundation for Jasmine Crockett and Democratic psyops so Jasmine Crockett can stop fucking crying. Stop crying. I don't want to hear no more tears. Stop crying. What is she crying for? Just look at Donna Brazile. Donna Brazile worked for CNN while being a Democratic operative. As you hear my story, you might say, perfect, you're right. Why was Donna Brazile allowed to work at CNN and the DNC at the same time? That seems kind of biased, right? We have laws in America where you can't use politics and your job and the media in certain ways, right? So how was Donna Brazile able legally to work for CNN, which would allow the fraud, which allowed the cheating? If we have rules to prohibit things like this, because this is how she cheated. Because she worked at both places, she was able to give information to Hillary Clinton. So I don't know why Jasmine Crockett is crying. If you know how the Democrats move, Miss Crockett, don't cry. We don't want to hear your tears. If you know how the Democrats move, I just explained to you, Letitia James. You want me to go to Fannie Willis? You want me to go to Fat Fannie? You want me to go to that big round Fat Fannie in Fulton County, where we now that there are 695,000 votes in question. I'm not saying they cheated in Fulton County. I've never said they cheated in Fulton County. I am giving credence to Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, and the Trump administration investigation, and the FBI taking 700 boxes from Fulton County, because Jasmine Crockett, wipe your fucking tears. 695,000 votes in question. 695,000 votes in question. How do we get to 695,000 in Fulton County if we want to go to Fat Fannie? If we want to go from Fat Fannie and Letitia James got a big old round black buttocks too. But let's go to Fat Fannie in Fulton County. Let's go to Fat Fannie in Fulton County, who likes to sleep with married men, right? Who had a meeting allegedly with Kamala Harris in the White House, allegedly, to set up the RICO. So there was 36 felonies, a trumped up misdemeanor, and SDNY. But don't forget about the RICO charge. If Jasmine Crockett needs a reason to dry up her fucking tears, don't forget about the trumped up RICO Democratic psyop in Fulton County, where she tried to charge Donald Trump with a RICO because Donald Trump wanted them to recount the votes, because Fulton County was known for corruption because they stopped the count over a fraudulent water leak that turned out to be a motherfucking toilet. But now we find, thank you, Tulsi Gabbard, now we find, thanks to Tulsi Gabbard and FBI subpoena, now we find, first we found out about 315 votes that weren't recorded, that legally needed to be recorded. If they weren't recorded, these votes don't exist. But they said we got the physical ballots, but we ain't seen the shit yet because they refused to honor the subpoenas, which is why the federal government went there. So let's do the math. First, we have 315 votes that were not recorded. They were on 150 tapes that just so happened to be lost. Now, their argument, and they admit to these 315. Let's just go forward. I've never said they cheated in Fulton County. Can you guys understand? I never said they cheated in Fulton County. I said there were 695 votes in question, and I'm giving you the breakdown right now. You know about the 315,000 votes that were not recorded on 115 tapes that were lost. Why do you know about them? Because Fulton County admits that they had 315,000 votes in the 2020 presidential election, where Fulton County tried to charge Donald Trump with a RICO over 11,000 votes. This is the context. Jasmine Crockett is crying, boo, boo, like the Democrats played her. She should have known what the Democrats were capable of. They tried to prosecute Trump for a RICO over 11,000 votes, and I'm going to break down to you almost 700,000 votes. Pay attention, stay tuned, double tap, hit the like button. 315,000 votes on 115 tapes that they lost. Fulton County says, we admit, we fucked up. We changed our standard operating procedures. We have a brand new $34 million building. We fired everyone. We have brand new managers. I have a brand new board of directors, and I have brand new training. The way those tapes were lost and the way those 300,000 votes weren't recorded, we don't count votes that way anymore. Fulton County admits to 315,000 votes in question. They admit. So they have $34 million spent on a brand new facility, brand new training, brand new managers, because they fucked up on 315,000 votes. Can y'all listen? Can y'all stay tuned? Because Jasmine Crockett is crying. We got to let her down easy. Am I letting her down easy? Double tap at the like button, get the lights up. Am I letting her down easy? Am I letting her down easy? Am I being hard on her? Am I letting her down easy? Huh? She crying all on TV. She don't know what happened. She's saying she got cheated, but does she know who cheated her? Jasmine Crockett, do you know who cheated you, right? Jasmine Crockett, you did get cheated, but do you know who? This is the thing about people on the Democratic left. That's why I love Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, and Blexit. Candace Owens, you might need to Blex it. Candace Owens, I said Jasmine Crockett, you might need to Blex it. Everybody in the chat, hashtag Blex it. If you're still on that Democratic plantation, Jasmine Crockett, you might need to Blex it. So 315,000 votes not recorded, right? But you said perfect. You said 695,000. Where did the other 380,000 votes come from? So Fulton County admits to the 315, but I presented to you another story. This is where the FBI gets involved, because the state, see, this is Fulton County. It's the state of Georgia, which is a Republican red state. Fulton County is a Democratic county, but the state of Georgia was investigating Fulton County before Tulsi Gabbard and the FBI. Did you guys know that? My audience knows that. MAGA knows the climate. Hashtag MAGA knows the climate. Did you guys know that? See, the state board was already investigating Fulton County for corruption. The state board suspected something was wrong in Fulton County. They smelled something. I smell something. Because of the 695,000 votes in question. See, the thing was the state board couldn't get Fulton County to comply. The state board subpoenaed the same votes that the FBI wanted, except Fulton County kept filing restraints and filing things in court to stop them from getting to count the official votes and find out what really happened in the 2020 presidential election. Did you guys know that? They were already being investigated by the own state. Then the FBI came in and found, under their investigation, the state found that there were an additional 380,000 votes that lacked images. The problem is, legally, they require images. The law requires now images. The law requires now the votes to be recorded. None of this happened in 2020 for all 695,000 votes that I'm talking to you about. So you have 315,000 votes that were not recorded on 150 tapes that were lost. But additionally, on top of that, you have 380,000 votes that did not have imaging. And I played the video with a state board. The state board was investigating and being very inquisitive to Fulton County and asked Fulton County, are there 380,000 votes missing images? And Fulton County says yes. And their reply was, at the time, it wasn't a law that we have. It was protocol. It was standard policy, but it wasn't illegal that we did not have those images. And then the board director says, do you not agree that every vote should have an image? So now I've just given you the basis for Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, FBI seizing 700 boxes from Fulton County. I'm giving you the background why Jasmine Crockett shouldn't cry, because this is how Democrats get down. 695,000 votes in question in Fulton County. Why would Fat Fanny try to do a RICO when they were so dirty? The Democrats, see, you guys didn't know this is why I compare them to the Iranian theocracy. The Democrats are not elected officials. You can call them the caliphate. I call them the Democratic caliphate, because the Democrats don't want America anymore. Y'all don't understand what we're dealing with the socialist left. The socialist left does not want two-party system and more than one opinion. They don't respect differences of opinion. The socialist left only want one opinion. And if you don't agree with them, then just like the Shia Muslim in Iran, off with your head. Burn up your Tesla. Burn down your city. Shoot at your red hat. I'm not making this up. Put words and phrases on bullets. Put words and phrases on bullets. It happened to Charlie Kirk. It happened in Dallas. This is the Democratic left. You have yet to hear about someone on the MAGA conservative right, because we respect the ideology of the framers, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. And we know what makes it so special is that you have the freedom here to have differences of opinion. And if you don't have Republican and Democrats, then you no longer have this thing, this magical thing called America, the greatest country to ever be created. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? On the socialist left, they don't get that. That's why we always bring up on the right that if we have a Democratic family member, they can still come to dinner. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, you can still come to dinner. But for some reason, on this brand new Democrat socialist left wing, if you happen to be Republican, if you come to dinner, you might not only not want to be invited, you might face violence and retribution from friends and family. That's the new left. I've played. I mean, I'm not telling anybody nothing here, right? I'm not educated. Some of you are Democrats who watch me because you just love the show, and I truly appreciate it. But I'm not educating everybody here, right? I know a lot of you already understand, and you've seen videos where we've had purple, like 300-pound fat white women with purple hair saying, "I don't talk to my father anymore." Everybody's seen that video. They go viral on TikTok all the time because there's a lot of them motherfuckers. There's a lot of these fat purple hair protesters, right? I don't talk to my father anymore. And if I see him, I'm going to kick his ass. This is a viral TikTok video that a lot of fat white women with purple hair make. I don't talk to my mother anymore. If I see her, I'll kick her ass. I can't believe he voted for Trump. And I told him, if he votes for Trump, he's not allowed to see his grandkids. And if I see him, this is not conjecture. We've all seen the video. MAGA knows the climate. MAGA knows the climate. Why is Jasmine Crockett surprised? I don't know why Jasmine Crockett's surprised. We're not surprised. We know what the Democrat is capable of. We've been saying what the Democrat is capable of. That's why Trump says we have to prosecute Letitia James. That's why MAGA says we have to prosecute Letitia James. This is why we have to prosecute Adam Shifty Schiff, right? It's not just what they say, lawfare. It's not partisan politics. These are criminals. Fannie Willis should be prosecuted. It's not lawfare. If you understand how they twisted and broke the law, how they twisted and broke media and used propaganda to go after a sitting president and an ex-president, he almost lost his life. I would attribute those attempts on Donald Trump's life to all of this lawfare and media that turned out to be false. Now think about this. Someone tries to assassinate our president more than once. And it turns out that their information that made them so upset that they would do that to our president who we love was false. Who do we blame? What do we do if someone got so upset that they wanted to harm our president based on falsified information? from SDNY, Letitia James, and Fat Fanny in Fulton County. What do we do? Donald Trump sued both ABC and CBS, one for $15 million, one for $16 million. I played a video where they lied, the BBC lied about his speech on January 6th, and he may sue them for $1 billion. But the fake news, when you hear Donald Trump say fake news, what you guys don't understand on the left is that was not just a catchphrase. It was actually true, and Donald Trump won over $30 million from American media outlets for propagating fake news. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Number one podcast on YouTube. Number one podcast on YouTube. Donna Brazil was found to be fraudulent. Why is Jasmine Crockett crying, y'all? Why is Jasmine Crockett crying, y'all? Jasmine Crockett, if you just would pay attention and blex it from the Democratic Party, you would be able to see. You could have seen this coming. We saw it. We saw it coming like a freight train, Jasmine Crockett. We saw you get set up. She was surprised when they didn't put her on Colbert. Remember her on the yellow suit on Colbert? Remember, she had been on that couch so many times. She just thought she was a Democratic darling. She thought the Democrats would love her forever. And all I'm saying this morning before we get started on the Iran update is that Jasmine Crockett, you should not have been surprised. If you just listen to my channel and if you leave the Democratic Party, if you need perspective, baby girl, Jasmine Crockett, you need perspective. Candace Owens said, blex it. Candace Owens said, blex it. Jasmine Crockett, you need to blex it. I would not be faithful anymore to a party who treated me the way they treated you. The Democrats showed you no respect. The Democrats showed you no respect for your $1 million education. She's a lawyer. She's a Rhodes Scholar. Jasmine Crockett is a Rhodes Scholar. She's more qualified than most Democrats, and they threw you under the bus. Come over to the Republicans. You never was a Democrat. You came up in the media. I bet your father was a Republican. Come over to the Republic. What you doing in the Democratic Party anyway? You grew up in East. You grew up in St. Louis in an affluent life. You got $1 million education. You're not from Texas. You're not from Dallas. Like, get your life together. Oh man, get off that Democratic plantation, man. Get off that Democratic plantation, man. She crying and surprised that the Democrats did her dirty. How are you surprised, Jasmine? Man, that's the craziest shit right there. That she was surprised that the Democrats did her dirty. Yes, they did you dirty. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. You know what I'm saying? Yes, they did you dirty. Right? Yes, they did you dirty, man. But we knew the climate, man. We knew the climate, man. MAGA knew the climate, man. Now, when I first started, and I told you about this red wave, I said that Donald Trump is the most prolific second-term president. Can I say something real quick before we go any further? Stop stealing my shit. Stop stealing my shit. They keep stealing my shit. When I tell y'all this the best podcast, I got the best podcast. You watching the #1 podcast on YouTube. There is no debate in this. Because Stephen A. Smith, if you go to any other channel, if you watch multiple channels, what you're going to see is a plethora of individuals stealing my shit. That's all they do. That's all they do. How many times, you guys, have I said that Donald Trump is the most prolific second-term president in your lifetime? In your lifetime. And then I laid down the argument, because that's what I do here. I laid down the argument, right? And I laid down the argument, and then I tell people, look at everything he's accomplished in his second term. The big, beautiful bill was billions of dollars. The big, beautiful bill, maybe trillions of dollars. You never get that type of legislation passed in your second term, right? It was passed in July, on 4th of July, Independence Day. It was a beautiful celebration. Donald Trump has gotten the hostages out of Gaza. We got peace. We got GDP growth. We're paying down the deficit for the first time in over 80 years. We got $12 billion going to farmers, right? We got stability in the markets, jobs down, inflation down. They said the tariffs would make inflation go up to 7%. Inflation was 3%. It came in at 2.7. Inflation coming in under. This is the most successful, prolific second term of a president that you've ever seen. If you go, I educated my audience on what a lame duck is, because you just to juxtapose how successful Trump is to a lame duck, you got to look at how Mitch McConnell completely stopped Barack Obama in the second term. Barack Obama could not even get nobody on the Supreme Court. Barack Obama had a nominee for the Supreme Court, but Mitch McConnell and Senate Republicans stifled him in his second term. Barack Obama was a lame duck, couldn't get shit done. He never would have been able to pass something like the big, beautiful bill in his second term, right? Bill Clinton, who we saw testifying yesterday, giggling about all the young girls who he slept with. Bill Clinton was plagued with Monica Lewinsky cheating scandal and impeachment, right? So Bill Clinton's second term was basically wiped out. He didn't get anything done. He was basically like, he lied yesterday in testimony where he said he didn't like young girls, but he slept with a young Monica Lewinsky. He had sex. Remember, he said, I did not have sex with that young girl. Come to find out, he did have sex with Monica Lewinsky. She kept the dress, and she had a DNA sample on the dress to prove that Bill Clinton was a liar, and Bill Clinton lied under testimony other day about Jeffrey Epstein because he does like young girls, for example, Monica Lewinsky, and he was married and president. So that's the type of liar Bill Clinton is. When he did this with Monica Lewinsky, when he lied about it, he was married. When he lied about it, he was the president. And when he actually had sex with her in the White House, he was the president. So Donald Trump is the first second-term president that you've seen in your lifetime that's this successful. And I've said that the first place you've heard that was here. And now they are repeating my talking points. If you look at this poll, what you're going to see is it says second term in the highest approval ratings for presidents in their second term. And Donald Trump has the highest approval rating, and it's because of all of the successes that he has in the second term. But I've been saying this, they just are copying my shit because you guys are the best chat on YouTube. I got the best subscribers. I got the best chat, and I love you guys so much. I really thank you guys for as much all the support, how the channel been growing. Double tap, hit the like button. What we got to do right now is what's happening right now, everybody, is we don't have enough likes, right? The algorithm, everybody is liking the content, but what I need everybody to do is a huge favor, right? I ask you, please, to go ahead and double tap the screen. Everyone watching right now, double tap the screen and hit the like button. It's going to help hugely in the algorithm and help us get this message out here and educate the people for 2026 and 2028. Let's get into more support for my arguments. How you doing, Robert? Double tap, hit the like button as you come into the chat. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. Promise you guys, thank you all for watching. It's going to help greatly. This again, more support for the argument that you may have heard here many times. Donald Trump, greatest second-term president in your lifetime.
Love Donald Trump more than any president's own party supporters loved him at this particular point. Just take a look here. Okay, own party supporters, 21st century presidents, own party approval about at this point in the second term. Bush was at 77%. Obama was at 77%. Look at this, 86% of Republicans approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing at this point. That is higher than either Obama or Bush had within their own party at this point. Trump's magic touch has not seen a war.
Hi, Lindy. Hi, Tricky. Hi, everybody in the chat. 21st century president's own approval rating about this time in the second term. Number one second term president ever. And it's not just me saying it anymore. And it's not just Republicans saying it anymore. This means a lot to me.
Donald Trump more than any president's own party supporters loved him at this particular point. Just take a look here. Okay, own party supporters, 21st century presidents, own party approval about at this point in the second term. Bush was at 77%. Obama was at 77%. Look at this, 86%.
Eric, that's an excellent point. This is the approval rating. This is what he's accomplished in his second term, in spite of what he inherited. Inflation, skyrocketing inflation. Can anybody put in the chat, how much did you pay for eggs under Biden? How much did you pay for gas under Biden? How was that Biden inflation affecting you in your life? How drastically different is your life now under Trump? Double tap, hit the like button while you're at it. Excellent point, Eric. Excellent point, Eric. We had conflict in Israel and Gaza. We had conflict in Russia and the Ukraine. Skyrocketing inflation. We had fentanyl crisis. 100,000 people dying a year from fentanyl. We had 10 to 20 million people coming across the border, 300 a day. And if you sit here and lie and say that you were at least concerned about the fact that 300,000 people, if you were not at least concerned about where they would sleep, then you're evil, right? Because see, we let the Democrats get away with evil. If you were not at least concerned where they would shit, where they would sleep, where they would have a hospital, then you are evil. See, everybody was concerned about what would we do with 300,000 people a day? Where would they sleep? Where would they shit? Where would they live? Where would their food come from? Because we already have scarcity issues, right? Donald Trump closed the border. Donald Trump is fighting for peace. Donald Trump fixed the economy. Donald Trump got inflation down, got prices down, GDP up. That was an excellent point, Eric. Double tap, hit the like button. Trump, #1 second-term president ever in your lifetime.
Republicans love Donald Trump more than any president.
Tariffs are not a tax, dum-dum. Tariffs are not a tax, dum-dum. You must be new here, dum-dum. Tariffs are not a tax, dum-dum. Do we got to educate the dum-dum? Do we got to educate the dum-dum? How are tariffs a tax, dum-dum? And how are tariffs a tax directly on the middle class? That's just two stupid things. So you're going to say tariffs are a tax, which is not true. This is actually idiotic to say. And then you're going to go even double down on being stupid and say tariffs affect the middle class specifically. And then you're going to write something in the chat that make you look like you even the idiot that I'm saying you are. You are the idiot that I've just said you are. So you're new here, dum-dum. Look at the dum-dum. Look at the dum-dum, everybody. This is the dum-dum, everybody. This is the dum-dum. This is the dum-dum, right? It's a bot or it's a dum-dum. But thank you, bot, dum-dum. You're going to give me the opportunity, bot, dum-dum, to educate, because there's probably a lot of new people right here. Double tap, hit the like button. That's why we're going slow on the likes. Double tap, hit the like button. You're going to give me an opportunity to educate everybody that's new here on what actually a tariff is, so they don't get ripped off by dum-dums like you. So they don't get ripped off by dum-dums like you. So what is a tariff, everybody? Does everybody know what a tariff is? Huh? And who pays tariffs, and why you should not and will not pay a tariff if you subscribe to my channel and follow my teachings? What is a tariff and who pays tariffs? Anyone? Because they never know the actual answer. They just say this stupid shit and they have no idea, because you can tell he's a dum-dum. Look how he spelled homework. He's a dum-dum. Well, no, what we're going to do is educate you. We're going to educate the dum-dum on what a tariff is. What is a tariff, dum-dum? Huh? Tariffs are not a tax on Americans, dum-dum. It's not a tax. This is not an answer. This is like being in a school with a professor and you not able to give an answer. You don't know what a tariff is. So how can you say it's a tax? Furthermore, how can you say it specifically affects the middle class disproportionately? How can you say that? I am challenging you on your statement. This is what dum-dums and Democrats don't like. When you challenge them on their statement, you don't know what a tariff is or how it specifically disproportionately affects the middle class. That's a hell of an argument. You're going to have to prove that. You're going to have to prove that. You're not only going to have to prove that tariffs are a tax, but then you're going to have to prove how they disproportionately affect the middle class. See, that's real math, economics. I know you don't have the breadth of knowledge to do, because you haven't yet intelligently answered what a tariff is. But you're going to give me a chance to educate all my fans here. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. Get the likes up. Tariffs are a duty on imported and exported goods. Tariffs are a duty tax placed on imported and exported goods. The tariff is lobbied on the manufacturer or the company who is importing said product or exporting said good. If you happen to purchase your goods from an American-made company, America first, MAGA first, and they do not incur any import or export duties or tariff taxes, then they won't raise prices. But dum-dums like you will probably pay more money for goods for companies who don't import or export goods and don't incur duty or tariff taxes. This is why Nike doesn't want the tariffs. This is why NVIDIA doesn't want the tariffs. Nike and all the tech companies, all the people that Clinton and NAFTA, see, our manufacturing went to China. You don't understand tariffs and trade. Let me break it down for all my new subscribers, all my new listeners, all my new members. See, they don't understand tariff and trade. All of our manufacturing went to China under the dumb Democrats. In order for you to get cheap goods at Walmart on Black Friday, you have to have low tariffs. Because in order to import those goods into America, we got to charge China low tariffs, no tariffs, so I can give you a $5 toaster. But if we make it here, there's no tariff. India charged Harley Davidson 200% tax on Harley Davidson motorcycles to sell motorcycles in India. Harley Davidson got around the 200% tariff or duty tax on their imported motorcycle. It's not on people. It's not on people, you idiot. It's not a duty tax lodged on people. India was going to lodge a duty tax on each motorcycle. If you really want to know how it works, India would lodge a duty tax on each motorcycle, making the cost of each motorcycle go up 200%. They don't lodge a 200% tariff on Harley Davidson itself. How do you do that? No, every motorcycle that you import into India, we're going to put a tariff duty tax on each bike. On each bike. So if a bike would have cost $20,000 in India, and India puts a 200% tariff on the bike now costs $100,000. India, Harley Davidson wouldn't be a viable competitive person to sell motorcycles. So Harley Davidson, to get around the 200% tariff, now listen to this. This is the defeat, the whole argument. Because if it was a tax, you can't get around it. Everyone gets it, and you would tax Harley Davidson, not the motorcycle. So to get around the tariff, Harley Davidson built a plant to get around our tariff, Trump tariffs, which this was the goal. Toyota is building new plants. Toy companies are building new plants in America because we can't tax China, dum-dum. We can't tax China. We lodge tariffs on certain goods to benefit the American worker and American people, just like India lodged a tariff duty tax on each motorcycle that Harley Davidson wanted to sell. So to get around that 200% duty tax on each motorcycle, they built a Harley Davidson plant in India. And guess what? Because it's not a tax on the people, it's not a tax on any people. Imagine Harley Davidson, this is more argument for the dum-dums. Imagine Harley Davidson coming back to America where the market sets the price for a motorcycle. The market sets the price for a motorcycle. Imagine Harley Davidson coming back to the American market and saying, I now have to change the market on motorcycles in America and charge more money for motorcycles because India is charging me a tax, a duty tax on every bike I import. Just think of that, you dum-dum. Just think of that. They never think this through, do they? Thank you for saying this. If you don't know by now, I love my job. I love the opportunity to explain tariffs. So to get around the tariff in India, they built the Harley Davidson plant in India, and they sell motorcycles in India at a competitive price and get no tariff. Why? Because they're no longer importing. They're no longer importing goods. They're actually manufacturing the goods in India. So they have to find another way. But as far as a tariff or a duty tax on the imported motorcycle, you can't do that to us anymore because we built the plant. Toyota, that's why Toyota is building plants in America to get around the Donald Trump taxes, which is why we lobbied the tax. This is why we lobbied the tariff, to incentivize them to build plants in America, to bring manufacturing back home, to onshore manufacturing back in America, to drive, number one, this is a twofold argument. Not only will it drive foreign companies who've gotten fat and rich off America, and then not only will it drive those foreign companies to get who got fat and rich off America to build companies here, it will incentivize Americans to build American factories. Imagine if Amazon and Walmart, because of tariffs, were forced to build factories in America and not only have shipping and receiving facilities that ran by robots and our children, but factories where our children built the irons, built the vacuums, built the televisions, built the earphones. And to get around tariffs, Bezos has billions of dollars. He could build a factory in America to make headphones, to make cell phones, to make vacuum cleaners. Walmart could do the same thing. But the reason they don't is because they can build them in China and be low tariffs allow them to sell them for high profits in America. Tariffs will make so it's a twofold thing. Not only will it make foreign companies build in America, it will make American companies who used to have to pay tariffs to get cheap goods from China figure out a way how to get those goods in America, which will turn out to equal out to American jobs. See, this is something you never heard of. So if you buy a product in America from a company who doesn't import or export anything, you should not pay more for that product. They should not, but if you're dumb, they will be able to say to you, hey man, I got some hot dogs. Well, hot dogs are American. The bun was probably made in America. The hot dog was made in America. The Heinz ketchup was made in America. Everything I'm about to buy from this brother with the hot dog cart, he made the hot dog cart himself. This is an all-American purchase. I'm purchasing an all-American hot dog. We created the hot dog. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. I am purchasing an all-American hot dog. We invented the hot dog. Everything I just bought is made in America. Nothing came from China. He should not charge me extra for the hot dog. He should not charge me extra for the hot dog. He should not say to me, well, Perfect Timing Podcast, you know, I charged you $5 last week for this hot dog, but Trump has instituted tariffs. So now I have to charge you $7 for this hot dog. You know what I would say to him? Number one, I'm not going to buy the hot dog, sir. But you know what else I would say? Sir, nothing that I'm purchasing from you did you have to import from China. You didn't pay tariffs or anything I just bought, sir. So why would you try to pass on your expense? See, the market sets the price for a hot dog, sir. So if you don't sell it to me for $5, I will find someone who will sell it to me for $5 and who will incur the tariff cost. But for some reason, you forget to understand, you as a hot dog salesman, you don't incur any tariff costs. You as a hot dog salesman, you don't incur any tariff costs. He built the cart, and everything he just sold me was made in America. There used to be a lot of companies where everything they sold you is made in America. Huh? Where everything they sold you was made in America. And that's when American people did a lot better. That's when American people did a lot better. And our grandfathers wouldn't purchase your goods if it wasn't made in America, because they understood what it did to the market and to wages. Just like in India. India would not let Harley Davidson sell their motorcycles there without a huge tariff, because they know what it would do to the market and to Indian wages. So our grandfathers would talk shit about our mothers if she bought a Chinese radio. Did you buy that fucking radio from Japan? Take that fucking radio out of my house, because my grandfather was in the Korean War. Did you buy that fucking radio, that fucking Sanyo? Radio Shack is out of business. If you guys just want an example, for all the dum-dums, Radio Shack is out of business. This is the part where I normally would scream, but it's actually fucking sad. We don't have Radio Shack anymore. For all of the dum-dums and player haters in the chat, we don't have Radio Shack anymore. Everything in Radio Shack was made in America, sold to Americans. And so it's gone, because Americans decided to buy those same things from Walmart because they got them made in China and they were cheaper. Radio Shack couldn't beat the price, because Radio Shack goods were made in America. Everything used to be made in America, and we would refuse to buy goods that were not made in America 100%, because we knew what it would do to American jobs and wages. And your grandfather would check your mom. And your grandfather would check your mom if she came in there with some shit that was foreign. Because foreign car companies like Toyota, Hyundai, they had to break into the American market. There was a movie when I was a child called Gung Ho. It was about the Korean and Chinese and Japanese car manufacturers having to break in, and how difficult it was to break into the American market post-World War II, post-Korean War. Because Americans at that time understood trade and tariffs. And they would not buy foreign cars because they knew what it would do to Detroit. If you bought a foreign car at one time in America, your father wouldn't let you come over for dinner. If you drove up in a Toyota, your grandfather, who only bought Ford, your father was a Ford man, a Chevy man, or a Dodge man. He was a Ford man, a Chevy man, or a Dodge man. Ford, Lincoln, Chevy, General Motors, Plymouth, Dodge. And they bought those vehicles and they supported American industry because they'd been to war. They knew what it meant. They knew what Detroit meant. Detroit set the tone for how much factory workers could earn in America, because some of the Detroit Auto Workers Union was some of the strongest union workers in the country. So Detroit would negotiate for high wages and good benefits and a good pension, and then other factory workers nationwide would base their pay based on the Detroit auto workers. So if we start buying foreign cars and we take the power away from the Detroit Auto Workers Union, then we fuck with American wages nationwide. So your grandfather would say, don't buy a fucking car. So there were movies, because it was so difficult for them to break into the American market. And now you only buy a Toyota Camry. I couldn't get you to buy an Escort. I couldn't, if I said Ford Escort, Ford Taurus, or Toyota Camry, everybody in the chat would say, you better get a Camry. That's a no-brainer, right? Right now, number one, Ford Taurus, number two, Toyota Camry. Right now, number one, Ford Taurus. If you had the money, what would you buy? Ford Taurus or Toyota Camry? Do you know, when I had this talk with my wife the other day, I reminded her, during Barack Obama, as we talk about Democratic psyop, during Barack Obama, we lost the car companies and Fiat bought out all the car companies. They all were bought out by foreign entities, except for Ford. Shout out to you, Jim. They all were bought out. Fiat bought out the car. Anybody remember anything about American history? We wonder why you love the Democrats. We honestly do. We do. We've been paying attention. MAGA knows the climate. Y'all don't remember when Fiat bought out? Forget that. Ford didn't. Most people would pick the Camry. And there was a time when I was a child would know when we pick the Camry. Think about that change and shift in American markets, and now $7.25 is the minimum wage and been that for 15 years. Ever since Barack Obama and the Democratic regime took power for the last 20 years, your wages have been stagnant. Why didn't Barack Obama raise your wages? They talk to you about abortion. They talk to you about gay and transgender, gay rights, gay marriage, cutting off kids' penises without talking to their parents. What about fucking money, Barack Obama? What about my kitchen table politics? What about my pocketbook? It's been stagnant. $7.25. They haven't moved the federal minimum wage since they took power. Now, this dum-dum said Obama saved your house, like they don't remember Occupy Wall Street. When I talked about Iran, I talked about Occupy Wall Street. I talked about why people don't know the difference between Shia and Sunni. You've been busy. 9/11, Occupy Wall Street, TARP, quantitative easing. Are you telling me Barack Obama saved my house with quantitative easing? Dum-dum. He said Barack Obama saved my house with quantitative easing. Barack Obama didn't save my house. Did he give you free health care too? Barack Obama gave you free health care too. Just like Saram Madani giving you free buses, free everything, but he raising all your taxes when you can't afford it. Did he give you free health care too? I don't think you got free health care either. You know what you got? You got a mandate. Just like Madani, just like Virginia, the Democrats do it. Virginia tripling your taxes. Barack Obama is back in Virginia right now. New York tripling your taxes. What did you get from Barack Obama? When you look at the 8 years, I just said stagnant wages. What you really get? They told you Obama care. But Obama said, I'm going to give you free health care. Israel has free health care. You should have free health care. Hey, hope it changed. I am so in love with you. I do what you want me to. Obama. Free health care for everybody. Free bus rides for everybody. Free health care for everybody. Free rent for everybody. What happened as soon as he got in the office, dum-dum? I can't do it. I'm sorry. Can't do it. No free health care. Yeah, it was a scam. It was a motherfucking scam. It was a scam. What did he do as soon as he get in the office, dum-dum? Can't do free health care. Oh, well, Obama, the black Wakanda, my black mama, your black daddy. Well, can you do single payer? Can you do single payer? Like he was your black mama. Well, can you do single payer? Can you do single payer? And he said, no, can't do single payer. So you can't get free health care, even though he promised it, just like Zarad. You can't get single payer, even though they talked about it. So what did you get if you didn't get free health care, you didn't get single payer? You got a mandate. You got a brand new law. They expanded government. They created new departments, and the insurance companies made trillions of dollars because of your mandate. You know, even though the mandate, they still got paid. So Barack Obama said, okay, we're going to expand healthcare, but in order to do so, I have to create a new law. He didn't have to create a new law. Donald Trump just lowered drug prices and made all these changes without expanding government, because Republicans believe in smaller government, more freedom for you. But Barack Obama, in order to make change, he said he has to expand government and make more laws. So he created a brand new law. You didn't get free health care. You didn't get single payer, but you were mandated to purchase health care or be penalized in an American free system. This was anti the Constitution. This was anti the Bill of Rights. You were legally obligated to make a purchase from insurance companies who got high and rich on the haul, trillions of dollars. Trump said, we're going to stop these insurance companies from getting trillions of dollars and getting rich off Obamacare, which was a scam and a boondoggle. It's not a scam because Republicans say it's a scam. It's a scam because I know the facts behind it. It's a scam because it was a scam. It was a scam because instead of free healthcare, you got a brand new law. And if you did not sign up for healthcare, they would take away your tax return. It's tax time right now. Under the Democrats, under Barack Obama, if you did not purchase out of the exchange, they would penalize you and take away your tax return. A lot of young people right now do not even know what the fuck we're talking about. Jasmine Crockett, don't cry. Jasmine Crockett, don't cry. Right? Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. We're going to talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. We're going to talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. We're going to talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. You know, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. They hate when you give them the real. They so young, they don't even remember. They don't even remember the mandate. Because Trump took the mandate away during his first term. They are so young, they don't even remember the mandate. The first thing Trump did to cripple Obamacare is he took away the mandate, giving you more freedom. They don't even understand America. They don't understand the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. They don't want freedom. They hate Trump so bad. They hate America so bad, they would give up their freedoms. Think about what I just educated you to. They hate Trump and the Democrats. They hate us so bad that they would give up their freedoms. Trump removed the mandate, meaning he took away a law that would be a punitive law. And the Democrats want to be so fucking headstrong with their ignorance that they would give up their freedoms. They would give up their freedom. No, Obamacare is good. Put me in shackles. Give me more restraints. Penalize me. Beat me, Obama daddy. Beat me, Obama daddy. That's what they say. Sick perverts. Sick perverts. Just so they could be right, they would put themselves in shackles. Just so they could be right. Give me more laws, more draconian. They call Trump authoritarian. They don't even understand the words they use, brothers and sisters. They don't understand the words that they use. They don't understand the words that they use. Let's go back to this fire-ass video I was showing. Trump got the best second term ever in American history. Double tap, hit the like button. My brother Kirk said he subscribed. That's what you're supposed to do. Another person said they subscribed. That's what you're supposed to do. It's the #1 podcast for geopolitical and political debate on YouTube. I mean, hey, brothers, the new subscribers, you know what I've been doing since Monday? You know what I've been doing since Monday? I've been teaching my audience the difference between Shia and Sunni, so they understand why we're in Iran. What did the Ayatollah believe? I've been teaching my audience how and why the Ayatollah came to power in 1979. That Russia took over Iran after World War II, and the CIA, working with the UK MI6, took over Iran in the 1950s, which gave way to sentiment that the Allied powers were manipulating Iran and pimping them for their oil and natural resources, which allowed Ayatollah Khomeini to come to power in 1979. Now, how did he come to power? With an Islamic ideology that said, fuck white people. These white people been stealing our oil and treating us like shit for hundreds of years. And guess what? It was actually motherfucking true. I've been educating my audience on some real shit. I just want you to know you subscribe to the right motherfucking channel. You subscribe to the right motherfucking channel. Too many Americans don't know the difference between Shia and Sunni, and that Iraq, Iran, Bahrain, Lebanon, Syria are all Shia Islamic states that hate Iraq. You know what else I educated them on yesterday? That was Monday. You know what? I educated my audience on the Iran axis of evil, the proxy war Iran has been fighting for the last 47 motherfucking years via Hezbollah, $700 million annually, 130,000 rockets, Hamas, $300 million, and the Houthis, also with drones and fucking missiles. That's what the fuck I've been doing. That's what the fuck I've been doing since Monday. Kicking major ass on my channel. major ass on my channel. And the dum-dums, they come. And the dum-dums, they come. Come, dum-dum. Come, dum-dum. That's what the fuck we do. Tell me you knew what a Shia was before you came here, you dum-dums. Tell me you knew what a Sunni was before you came here. Tell me you truly understood that they wanted to kill you. Tell me you understood that it was propaganda when they demonized Israel. Tell me it was propaganda. See, they wanted you to hate Israel. They never told you. They never told you what it was like to be Israel surrounded by Iran and their proxies. Iran, Iraq, Syria, Bahrain, and all of the terrorist proxies that Iran puts billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of missiles and all of the damage that they have done over 40 years, kidnapping Americans, killing Americans, blowing up oil tankers, killing Israel, shooting at Israel via their proxies. All the way they got so bold that they attacked Israel on October 7th because Biden was so feckless. They attacked under the Biden-Harris regime because Iran knew Biden could not protect his ally. And they said Biden, when he first came to office, had a nuclear, in Vienna. They don't know shit, do they, you guys? Double tap hit the like button, #1 podcast on YouTube. There was a meeting in Vienna when Biden came to power so that he can get Iran in control and stop their nuclear program. I'm going to tell you what happened. Biden wasn't qualified. He probably fell asleep at the meeting. Biden probably fell asleep in Vienna. You understand what I'm saying? It's a long flight to Vienna, right? Huh? It's a long flight to Vienna, right? So I say Biden probably fell asleep in Vienna and Kamala Harris showed up. Well, I ain't gonna talk about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris showed up and she wasn't prepared. So the Iranian leadership looked at this old man and this black woman who were not prepared for geopolitics and said back to them, fuck you. We are not going to do a negotiation with you because you are inept. And they went back to Iran and continued to build up their army and build up their nuclear program to the tune of 60% enriched uranium. Biden, again, screwed the pooch. Biden fucked us in Iran. Biden fucked us in Israel. Biden fucked us in the Ukraine. Double tap hit the like button. I just want to talk to my brand new subscribers, man. Oh yeah. Biden and Obama thought it would be cost effective to pay off the Iranians to stop their nuclear program. That didn't work either. So I've been educating my audience on why we're in Iran, what a Shia is, what a Sunni is, who are the Iranian proxies, Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, how many times the Iranian proxy army has attacked America, Israel, and the allied powers over the last 47 years, specifically the uptick of proxy violence after Biden was elected. Specifically the uptick of proxy violence after Biden was elected, including the attack on October 7th. That never would have happened if Trump was president. That's why we in Iran. So why are we in Iran? After October 7th, it became obvious we no longer can only focus on Hamas and the proxies. We have to cut the head off the snake, because as long as Iran continues to fund the proxy army with billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of missiles, Israel in America is not safe. The liberal democratic media wants you to hate Israel, and they only want you to say Israel is only in danger, but they don't point to all of the proxy violence against American bases, against American ships, and against American armed forces. They want you to hyper focus on Israel because there is a lot of Israel hate in America right now. But I am sorry to tell you, they hate Americans just as much, if not more, as they hate the Israelis. And they have acted out violence against Americans just as much, if not more, as the Israelis, which is why we support the Israelis and why we are in Iran to cut off the head of the snake. When I went through this to my new subscribers, when I taught this yesterday, I showed them how much money went to Hezbollah, how much money went to Hamas, how much money went to the Houthis. Over 100,000 missiles to Hezbollah. They're able to make 600 missiles every month. Why are they making so many missiles? Why are they making so many missiles? Can anybody tell me? Did you know what Shia was? The other day I played the senator who said, this bullshit is a bunch of religious zealots. That's what the Democrats are, zealots. The Shia Muslim are a bunch of religious zealots in a political campaign for power. Why, when the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power in 1979, he instituted a theocracy and made sure women cannot go to school, women can't drive, women have to wear 3/4 of cloth. Why would they do that? Because this was not about religion. It's always been about power. It's always been about power. If it was about religion, they would have went with the Sunni elected leader. It's been about power. And this fake version, this fake pure Islam that says we have to jihad. The Sunnis don't believe in the jihad. The Shia believe in the jihad and that they need to kill people. Don't that sound like the Democrats? Don't they sound like the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans? Where the Democrats don't want to negotiate, they want to burn up the Tesla. The Democrats don't want to create policy, they want to burn down the city. The Democrats don't want to get consensus in committee, they want to rip down Minnesota and Minneapolis and block federal agents. Why not just get committee? Why not just get consensus? Why not just get votes? Why burn up the Tesla? Tesla doesn't get you the policy. It doesn't change laws. You can change laws in America. You can make a new law. Look at the gay rights. They got gay marriage. They did all of this by changing policy. What if gay people said they were just going to burn up cities until you give us gay marriage? Would you think they would get the actual law passed by burning up cities? You don't get any laws passed by burning shit up, Democrats. Can someone tell that? You don't get any laws passed by burning shit up. Do consensus. You know what Jasmine Crockett truly failed? By not understanding her constituency. South Dallas, 33rd District. It's not the Democrats' fault. It's not the Republicans' fault. It's your fault. You didn't do committee. You didn't have any policy to run on. When you were running for Senate, you should have been able to point to a signature policy that you articulated, authored, and you championed and got passed. I am Jasmine Crockett of Senate bill or Congress bill section, blah, blah, blah. I got this passed for my district. If you elect me to Senate, I will create more laws. I will do more politics, more policy. But none of the Democrats can point, AOC can't point to that. The only policy Ilhan Omar can point to is when she expanded welfare for the fraud to take account. And that's why I think she should go to jail. Donald Trump, #1 president, #1 second-term president in your lifetime.
Republicans love Donald Trump more than any president's own party supporters loved him at this particular point. Just take a look here. Okay, own party supporters, 21st century presidents, own party approval about at this point in the second term. Bush was at 77%. Obama was at 77%. Look at this. 86% of Republicans approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing at this point. That is higher than either Obama or Bush had within their own party at this point, Trump's magic touch has not seen a war off yet when it comes to the Republican base.
And what kind of approval are we talking about here?
Okay, so we're talking about overall approval here. How about the strongly approved, not just like, but love. Okay, we're going to look at these same presidents again. Strong approval among your own party's base. What you see here is Trump is the only one who gets a majority at this point in their presidency. Obama was at 48%. Bush was at 47%. You see here Trump at 53%, not as high as overall approval rating, but still getting a majority of the Republican base, at least in the average of polls, to say that they still really like him.
Okay.
Trump news. Giving Democrats the blues. Giving Democrats the boo. Donald Trump, #1 second-term president in your lifetime. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Get the likes up, baby.
Republicans love Donald Trump more.
Republicans love Donald Trump. Hashtag Republicans love Donald Trump.
Republicans love Donald Trump more than any president's own party supporters loved him at this particular point. Just take a look here. Okay, own party supporters, 21st century presidents, own party approval about at this point in the second term. Bush was at 77%. Obama was at 77%. Look at this. 86% of Republicans approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing at this point. That is higher than either Obama or Bush had within their own party at this point. Trump's magic touch has not seen a war off yet when it comes to the Republican base.
And what kind of approval are we talking about here?
Okay, so we're talking about overall approval here. How about the strongly approved, not just like, but love. Okay, we're going to look at these same presidents again. Strong approval among your own party's base. What you see here is Trump is the only one who gets a majority at this point in their presidency. Obama was at 48%. Bush was at 47%. You see here Trump at 53%, not as high as overall approval rating, but still getting a majority of the Republican base, at least in the average of polls, to say that they still really like him.
Okay.
Can't get around the facts, man. These are the facts on the ground. Double tap all the way down to Boogie Downtown. Double tap. Hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Really appreciate you guys. I need everybody watching right now. Hit that like button, man. Let's get that algorithm kicking. Yeah, man, we talking about, we got Iran update. We got the 2026 red swing. That's why I started with that right there. And we got the economy just doing really good under Donald Trump. So we're going to get into all of this, man. Let's see what we got on Iran. We in day 6. We in day 6 right now in Iran. So we're going to do a timeline. Let's go see. Just in, 90 Israeli fighter jets just unleashed a massive 12th wave of strikes inside Iran, hammering the 40 regime targets with nearly 200 munitions. Double tap, hit the like button, get you an Iran update. I know a lot of people busy. They at work, they at school. You may not have time. This is why I do what I do. And I love you guys for supporting the channel. This Iran update, day 6. Let's go.
This morning, approximately 90 Israeli Air Force fighter jets completed the 12th wave of strikes in Tehran. This military official goes on to say during that attack, approximately 40 targets were struck with around 200 munitions. This is going to keep up. This pace is going to keep up, according to officials here and in the U.S. that we're talking to.
Oh, we ain't even showing the video. We ain't even showing the, my bad, y'all.
Given the fact that there is this historic cooperation between the United States and Israel, they're able to put pressure on the Iranian regime that this regime has not seen before.
Says I lost. Your browser has lost. Come on, StreamYard. StreamYard is StreamYarding, man. Just everybody help me get a deep breath, man. Deep breath. Deep breath, man. I swear, man. I give. And when y'all start donating, man, one of the things I'm gonna do is give me a new laptop, man. Give me a studio. Get away from the weirdos. I mean, real weirdos. So you came here. Oh man, shit. Let's try it again. I mean, they StreamYard think it's gonna StreamYard think it's gonna beat me, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's see how it goes today, you guys.
Morning, approximately 90 Israeli Air Force fighter jets completed the 12th wave of strikes in Tehran. This military official goes on to say during that attack, approximately 40 targets were struck with around 200 munitions. This is going to keep up. This pace is going to keep up, according to officials here and in the U.S. that we're talking to. And given the fact that there is this historic cooperation between the United States and Israel, they're able to put pressure on the Iranian regime that this regime has not seen before. And despite the fact that they have this mosaic defense system and they can basically splinter the IRGC to continue launching attacks, it becomes incredibly difficult to do so once the Americans and the Israelis control the skies over their country.
All right.
This morning, approximately 90 Israeli Air Force fighter jets completed the 12th wave of strikes in Tehran. This military official goes on to say during that attack, approximately 40 targets were struck with around 200 munitions. This is going to keep up. This pace is going to keep up, according to officials here and in the U.S. that we're talking to. And given the fact that there is this historic cooperation between the United States and Israel, they're able to put pressure on the Iranian regime that this regime has not seen before. And despite the fact that they have this mosaic defense system and they can basically splinter the IRGC to continue launching attacks, it becomes incredibly difficult to do so once the Americans and the Israelis control the skies over their country.
Incredibly difficult to do. So Iran update, day 6, double tap, hit the like button. Iran update, day 6, epic. Trump White House just dropped 2 words after the strikes. Kablow, kabloom. No speeches, no apologies, just results. Double tap, hit the like button. Just a little visual.
Kablow, kaboom. Kablow, kaboom. Kablow, kaboom. Kablow, kaboom. Kablow, kaboom. Kablow, kaboom.
Number 1 podcast, number 1 president, number 1 country, man. USA, USA, USA. Number 1 podcast on YouTube, giving you that Iran update. Iran update, day 6. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Double tap at the like button. Let's get them likes up. Not enough likes, man. I know what it is, man. Get them likes up, man. Not enough likes today, baby. Get them likes up. Let's go, baby.
Good for America. And there is no world where we can leave this regime intact. And there has to be a push, and the narrative in our country needs to transition to transitional leadership. We need to push for a democracy inside Iran. We need to support a transitional leadership with Reza Pahlavi. And Iran is so much bigger than one person. There is an entire generation of people willing to lead themselves, and anything less than regime change and democracy is an absolute failure for both Democrats and Republicans. We have to push everyone to not just dismantle military targets, but we have to actually do the most important thing is push for democracy within Iran. That is what the Iranian people died for in the streets last month and months before and over the past 47 years. And this can't continue to go on. We cannot continue to have them governing on any level at all, regardless of how armed they are or are not.
Moj, do you have anyone specific in mind that could lead Iran?
Well, as of right now, the best leader for Iran is Reza Pahlavi. He is the most equipped, he is the most prepared, and he is the most wanted and desired by the Iranian people, most importantly. There is a large coalition of people inside Iran that support him, and I believe that tent will grow, but it's non-negotiable. There is no world in where anyone who's been associated to this regime can stay in power. They all have blood on their hands, and most importantly, they are anti-American, anti-West. They are dangerous to our way of life, and this can't continue to go on. Beyond just military resources here, we're talking about a country that's rich with oil and gas, uranium. These resources right now are currently exploited by China, by Russia, and this will continue to go on. There's no way for us to police that without allowing the Iranian people to govern their own resources. They do not want to live under an Islamic republic, and it's imperative now. This not be about striking military locations. We have to push for regime change, which means we support getting rid of these areas of surveillance so that the Iranian people can come out. It means that we start to actively support the Iranian people to defect from the IRGC. We need to set up portals and communications so that they know they can safely do that. And so in this moment, it's negligent on every level to talk about anything but regime change.
Moj, I just want to play out Pahlavi.
Double tap hit the like button. Regime change. I said yesterday, can you do regime change from the air? Will we have boots on the ground? Double tap hit the like button. The Iranian people are saying the Shia Muslims have to go. When they talk about this regime, when they talk about a bloody regime, this is why I took the time to give you the foundation. I call this a foundational podcast. This is why I took the time to give you the foundation between Shia and Sunni and let you know that this is a Shia regime. Ayatollah Khomeini, the caliphate, the supreme leader, is a Shia Muslim. When she says a bloody regime, she's talking about, when she talks about surveillance, when she's talking about the theocracy, the authoritarian, they did this for power. And they're saying there has to be regime change because if the Shia are not removed from power, the ideology that says death to America, death to infidels, death to Israel will not change. You have to remove the Shia Muslim and the ideology of jihad from all of these Islamic Shia states. So this, if y'all want to start a prediction right here, I'll do a prediction right here. This doesn't stop because I told you have these Shia nation states also, and not just Iran, but Iraq, Bahrain, Lebanon, and Syria. So we can see similar actions spread out through the Middle East where these Shia Muslims and this jihad belief is prominent. Double tap hit the like button. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast.
Good for America. And there is no world where we can leave this regime intact. And there has to be a push, and the narrative in our country needs to transition to transitional leadership. We need to push for a democracy inside Iran. We need to support a transitional leadership with Reza Pahlavi. And Iran is so much bigger than one person. There is an entire generation of people willing to lead themselves, and anything less than regime change and democracy is an absolute failure for both Democrats and Republicans. We have to push everyone to not just dismantle
If anybody says after you watch my show that they say they predict that they're going to go do regime change, just remember where you heard it first, that there's no prediction and they're going to be playing like they smart when they say, oh, we're going to have to do. We already know we have to do regime change because the Shia has to go. The jihadist ideology has to go. So don't let anyone surprise you and say, we predict they're going to go and put boots on the ground because they want to do regime. No shit, Sherlock.
Military targets, but we have to actually do the most important thing is push for democracy within Iran. That is what the Iranian people died for in the streets last month and months before and over the past 47 years. And this can't continue to go on. We cannot continue to have them governing on any level at all, regardless of how armed they are or are not.
Moj, do you have anyone specific in mind that could lead Iran?
Well, as of right now, the best leader for Iran is Reza Pahlavi. He is the most equipped, he is the most prepared, and he is the most wanted and desired by the Iranian people, most importantly. There is a large coalition of people inside Iran that support him, and I believe that tent will grow, but it's non-negotiable. There is no world in where anyone who's been associated to this regime can stay in power. They all have blood on their hands, and most importantly, they are anti-
So Raza, that the guy we see right here is the former Shah, right? Mohammad Reza Pahlavi is the former Shah. Reza is an Iranian political activist and dissident in exile in the United States. A member of the Pahlavi dynasty, he is the eldest son of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the last Shah of Iran, and his wife, the Empress Farah Dibi. Y'all know what I said about the last Shah. The last Shah was a dirty Shah, so he currently lives in the United States. Oh, man, come on, man. All right, man, you're going to keep sowing tension over there, but I just wanted to give y'all some context. When she says, you're looking at the guy right now on the screen, the guy you're looking at right now, the guy she's describing, Reza Pahlavi, is an Iranian political activist and dissident in exile in the United States, a member of the Pahlavi dynasty, and he is the eldest son of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the last Shah of Iran. Double tap hit the like button, giving you real context. That's who they want to be the next ruler of Iran. Let's go.
American, anti-West. They are dangerous to our way of life, and this can't continue to go on. Beyond just military resources here, we're talking about a country that's rich with oil and gas, uranium. These resources right now are currently exploited by China, by Russia, and this will continue to go on. There's no way for us to police.
So half of the oil at the Straits of Hormuz have been shut. So China, half of China's oil been shut down between Venezuela and Iran, and the Straits of Hormuz being shut down. No oil coming in or out. China is being dried out by American geopolitics. Double tap, hit the like button. Number one in chat if you agree with Trump and the invasion of Iran. Let's go, Trump. Let's go, MAGA.
That without allowing the Iranian people to govern their own resources. They do not want to live under an Islamic republic, and it's imperative now.
Y'all hear that? That's the first time, man. Let's get that out there. This is why I said foundational podcast, why I want to educate you on the difference between Shia and Sunni so you understand. She is stating they do not want to live under an Islamic republic. That is so important. They do not want to live under Islamic republic. That's what you're hearing first on the Perfect Timing podcast. And because you're here watching with me, you understand the difference between Shia and Sunni and what this Islamic republic is. Double tap hit the like button.
This not be about striking military locations. We have to push for regime change, which means we support getting rid of these areas of surveillance.
That's another part of my update for today and day 6. A lot of people have been asking, because you might have children who are in the armed forces. People were talking about Barron Trump, because people want to know whether or not there will be American soldiers on the ground in Iran. I'm asking you right now. The question is right now up to the chat. Do you believe we can do regime change without boots on the ground? 1 in the chat right now. 2, if you believe there will be boots on the ground, because I believe I agree with her. You must do regime change. The Shia Muslim has to go. That Ayatollah Khomeini, supreme leader, the Islamic Republic, IRGC, has to go. Can you do that without boots on the ground? This is the update. This is an Iran update. If we're doing regime change, the question is, do you put boots on the ground? ground. And that means, do we go to Congress? There's so much to unpack with today's show. Double tap, hit the like button. They're saying
Republic, and it's
regime
imperative
change.
now. This not be about striking military locations. We have to push for regime change, which means we support getting rid of these areas of surveillance so that the Iranian people can come out. It means that we start to actively support the Iranian people to defect from the IRGC. We need to set up portals and communications so that they know they can safely do that. And so in this moment, it's negligent on every level to talk about anything but regime change.
Mojo, I just want to play out Pavlavi.
Negligent to talk about anything, but that's how severe the need is, and the understanding that this whole
Good for
effort
America. And there is no world where we can leave this regime intact, and there has to be
this whole effort has to be and should be based around regime change and getting rid of the Shia Muslim leadership. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. President Trump. Let me see where else we're gonna go. That was a good one. What's this right here? Explosions reported in Bahrain after Iran launched additional strikes. More explosions. Perfect Time Podcast, Day 6, Iran update. P. Haggisell, Mark Rubio, looking presidential. Let's go. Breaking Virginia voters are furious at the Democratic officials ignore ICE and let repeat offender illegal alien go free. Only Virginia mother ended up unalive. Let's stay with the update. I'll come back to that. Breaking, SETCOM just dropped footage of B-52s, Stratofortress bombers taking off to unleash devastation on Iran. Double tap at the like button, man. More update, Iran footage. Double tap at the like button. America first. Make America great again. America is the greatest. Let's go. Nowhere else giving you footage like this, man. On the ground. Purpose of my podcast giving you on the ground footage. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button.
What the fuck? من اینا رو فقط تو کال آف دیوتی دیدم.
Underground bunker destroyed by Allied powers. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go, America.
می‌بینی صدا انفجارشو؟ من اینا رو فقط تو کال آف دیوتی دیدم. می‌بینی صدا انفجارشو؟ من اینا رو فقط تو کال آف دیوتی دیدم.
Day 6 Iran update. Day 6, Iran update. Republican voters are looking at 2028. The top two names, J.D. Vance, Mark Rubio. Who y'all got for 2028? I said Vance and Gabbard. I said Vance and Gabbard. Who y'all got? Vance, Rubio. 2026, Republicans in the mix. 2028 is show gonna be great. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. #1 podcast on YouTube. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Love you. Peace and unity. What's up to you, Maria? Look at the Trump admin looking nice and regal like we supposed to look. Trump admin looking nice and regal. Pete Hegseth, Department of War. Pete Hegseth.
Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Iran tried to kill our president, and he got the last laugh. The President Trump just gave full support to the Kurds. If they choose to launch an offensive against Iranian regime, I think it's wonderful. And if they do that, pressure to the Ayatollahs is coming from every direction now, and it's going to be absolutely great. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Iran update day 6.
It's big. A U.S.
Iran update day 6. Let's go, podcast. Let's go.
It's big. A U.S. official telling Fox thousands of Iraqi Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. Decimated, destroyed, defeated. All words the Pentagon used to describe Iran's various military forces on day 5 of Operation Epic Fury. Moments ago, President Trump touting it's big. A U.S. official telling Fox thousands of Iraqi Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. Decimated, destroyed, defeated. All words the Pentagon used to describe Iran's various military forces on day 5 of Operation Epic Fury. Moments ago, President Trump touting it's big. A U.S. official telling Fox thousands of Iraqi Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. Decimated, destroyed.
They don't want to be next. Double tap, hit the like button. Why you think Iran is jumping in the fold? I believe they don't want to be next. They want to let everybody know that they don't believe in the Shia jihad. Double tap, hit the like button. Day 6 in Iran. Day 6 in Iran. Breaking, Speaker Mike Johnson and House GOP leadership just demanded Representative Tony Gonzalez drop out of the race for Texas 23rd District after a major staffer scandal exploded. If Gonzalez steps aside, Brandon Herrera becomes a GOP candidate and the runoff disappears. Double tap, hit the like button. They came out and said he dated one of the staffers, and then they don't have to spend all this money and waste money with the RNC war chest. All right. Just in, Iran's foreign minister says the regime is ready for U.S. ground invasion and claims they are waiting for it. Double tap, hit the like. Now, remember what we just said about regime change. And on the ground forces in Iran as it contends to our American troops, our sons and daughters. Double tap, hit the like button. Day 6, Iran update.
News alert, the Iranian foreign minister telling American reporters that the regime is ready for a possible U.S. ground invasion.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
And if you had any doubt that Iran was in a rational state, you just confirmed that. He is ready and seems to be relishing, Lawrence. Let's end where we began. The idea that the strongest, most powerful army in the world could come.
Yeah, because you've done so well in the air.
News alert, the Iranian foreign minister telling American reporters that the regime is ready for a possible U.S. ground invasion.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You were waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
And if you had any doubt that Iran was in a rational state, you just confirmed that. He is ready and seems to be relishing, Lawrence. Let's end where we began. The idea that the strongest, most powerful army in the world could come.
Yeah, because you've done so well in the air.
News alert, the Iranian foreign
Right, because you did so well now. We want to believe that you're going to do better when we get there on feet. Double tap, hit the like button. Tom Cotton just said Arab nations aren't begging for peace. They are asking President Trump for targeting info so they can join the fight. We just said that Iran has launched missiles at Iraq has joined in and launched missiles at Iran. Now, remember, I told you guys yesterday that there was Saddam Hussein in Iraq invaded Iran. So that preceded our invasion. Saddam Hussein and Iraq invaded Iran for several years. Double tap hit the like button. So Iraq is now again bombing, asking for targeting, and that they are already bombing Iran on behalf of the allied powers. Double tap hit the like button. Day 6 update.
Iran targeted these Arab countries. They didn't plead for peace. They didn't ask Donald Trump to stop. They asked Donald Trump for targeting information so they could join in the strikes in Iran. That's what a real coalition looks like. We're all now fighting together to try to finally eliminate the threat that a revolutionary Iran poses to the United States, to our Arab friends, and to Israel.
And I think the chancellor
Iran
That's right.
targeted these Arab countries.
That's right. Double tap. Where'd you hear it first? Where'd you hear it first? And that is because Iran's strategy is to target these other countries who are not with them. So that's the way they decided to fight the war, not necessarily to shoot back at Americans, but they've been bombing all these other places. Double tap hit the like button. This is where we at day 6.
Iran targeted these Arab countries. They didn't plead for peace. They didn't ask Donald Trump to stop. They asked Donald Trump for targeting information so they could join in the strikes in Iran. That's what a real coalition looks like. We're all now fighting together to try to finally eliminate the threat that a revolutionary Iran poses to the United States, to our Arab friends, and to Israel.
And now we all know when they say revolutionary Iran, everybody in the chat say it with me, Shia Muslim. When we say revolutionary Iran, we're talking about Shia Muslim Iran, right? Does everybody understand? The people who believe in jihad and that they want sea to sign and see, that they want to get rid of America and Israel. This is who we are talking about, these religious zealots. Double tap hit the like button. Update Iran invasion day 6. We are now discussing regime change. Iraq is now on our side against Iran. And will we need ground troops to actually successfully secure regime change and get rid of the religious zealot Shia Muslim regime? Double tap hit the like button.
Then if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day 1. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day 1. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the president say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And as we speak, it's on fire.
Wow.
Then if I just look back over the last 24 hours.
Just an update over the last 24 hours, Iran update day 6. You are watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. Thank you, President Trump. We love you. Thank you, President Trump. Iraqi Kurds. That is an excellent observation. And somebody else shouted out when I gave the details of who Reza Pavlani, they said Persia's being recreated and the Shah is going to be reinstated. Remember what you heard. A lot of y'all, this ain't no prediction. You probably could have called this. I said the other day, there's a line in the violence and there's a line to the leadership. So they're looking at Reza Pahlavi, the descendant from the last Shah, as taking over. So if that's the case, then that's regime change. If we're talking about a Shah of Iran, that is regime change. Everybody needs to understand it. They may not understand it if they're not watching this podcast, but they are talking about reinstalling the Shah of Iran. You heard it here first. Reinstalling the Shah of Iran. Mission objective, because you got to get rid of the Shia Muslim. Double tap hit the like button. Here's an update over the last 24 hours.
The operation compared to where we were at start. Ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the president say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few...
So the last you heard, they had sunk and destroyed 20. They are now at over 30 ships. Double tap at the like button. Update. Iran, day 6, 30 ships destroyed.
Few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And as we speak, it's on fire.
So that's the update. But you know what I want to talk about real quick before we keep going? We're going to keep going with the update. But man, how many people knew and understood where we are with drone warfare? How many people have bought their kids a drone for Christmas? And how many people understand where we are and currently in America with drone warfare, right? I didn't understand that. I mean, I'm going to be straight up. I'm a politics guy. I remember when Trump came into office, they were talking about these things flying and hovering in New York that were like drones the size of SUVs, right? We never found out they were what they were, if they were UFOs or whatever, right? But I just want to know, and from my chat, put one in the chat if you knew how prolific drones have become in modern warfare, to where he just reported that we just blew up an Iranian ship tanker that was huge, that was big as a World War II tanker. But the thing was, it was full of drones, right? It wasn't like F-16s and Top Gun. You know what I'm saying? There was no Tom Cruise. So I keep hearing about drone attacks. When I talked about the Houthis, when I talked about Hamas and Hezbollah, what Iran has been supplying to their proxy armies is drones. I now know and understand that drones were used October 7th. How many of you, put a 1 in the chat if you knew that drones were so prolific in modern warfare? Like, I know I bought my son a drone. You got drones at Costco. People use them to make content. How many of you knew and understood that drones were so prolific in modern warfare that they have entire ship tankers full of drones, not people, full of drone robot killing machines? And that's right now in 2026. I just wanted to point that out. Because I keep hearing about the drone technology. Pete Hegeself, Department of War. You know this is my brother. Pete Heggie, baby.
And we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the president and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, and we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the president and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, and we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the president and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, and we have no shortage of authorities. The
Double tap, hit the like button. We have no shortage of authorities. For everybody questioning whether or not Trump had the authority or Pete Hegseth in the Department of War, double tap, hit the like button. Pete Hegseth responding to the naysayers, saying that we did not have authority to invade and protect our country. Did you think Trump had the authority to invade? Put a one in the chat. Did Trump have the authority? Did Pete Hegseth and the Department of War have the authority for this Iran mission? Put a one in the chat right now.
knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield.
Maximum authorities. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Pete and Trump and their authority. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go.
The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the president and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, and we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the president and myself are maxed out.
Double tap at the like button. That's my brother from another mother, Pete Hegseth, Pete Haggy, baby. Right now, we're going to another one of my favorite people, Mr. Scott Jennings, pushing back on CNN. Somebody the other day said I said there will be no Scott slander. Scott is in the wolf den. Scott is like Daniel in the lion's den. You know what I'm saying? We love Scott, man. Scott be on CNN fighting for conservative Republican values, and he does an excellent job. Scott, we love you. MAGA loves you. We know the climate. Double tap at the like button. Put a 1 in the chat. Press 1 for Scott, baby.
They don't want him to have ballistic missiles. They don't want him to have a nuclear program. They don't like that their Navy makes trouble for everybody in the Gulf. And that is the stated rationale. You could throw on other things. For the last 47 years, they have killed American troops. They've maimed American personnel. They've exported and funded terror around the world and around the region. And you seem to be suggesting we have no allies in this. I watched the president with the Chancellor of Germany today. He strongly supports what we're doing. The UK is feckless. Spain is feckless. But we have plenty of allies in the region and around the world who know we have done the right thing.
To be clear, I just want to you just listed a bunch of things. None of them were an imminent attack. But Rita's question is actually
ballistic missiles, Abby. Drones. These are imminent attack weapons.
What proof is there that there were ballistic missiles, that they actually had ballistic missiles that could reach the United States?
Reach U.S. bases. Look at your television. They're falling right now.
Iran has been attacking through their proxies U.S. military bases for some time now. Okay.
What did he say? What did he say? What did I teach you? Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. What did I teach you? Let's hear that one more time. From the wolf's mouth. A wolf in sheep's clothing. That's a pretty wolf. Look at that mouth. Look at that pretty mouth. Listen.
Look at your television. They're falling right now.
Iran has been attacking through their proxies U.S. military bases for some time now. Okay.
Why are we there? Why are we there? Why are we there? Why are we there? Scott Jennings, baby. Double tap, hit the like button. That's what I've been telling you, man. I love my job, man. And I love when they have to admit the truth. We got to get the Shia regime, the Shia Ayatollah Khomeini supreme leader, jihadists, they got to go. Because why? They have been using the Houthis. They have been using Hezbollah. They have been using Hamas to the tune of billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of missiles. If you understand about the proxies, how are the proxies being armed? And not only that, what did we just say about the drone technology? The level of technical proficiency of the proxies, the proficiency of their armies is all because of the Iranian Republic-less Talk about it. Double tap it.
They don't want them to have ballistic missiles. They don't want them to have a nuclear program. They don't like the.
Why? Why do we not want them to have ballistic missiles? Why can they not have a nuclear program? Because of their Shia. Because of their Shia Islamic zealot beliefs that you must die if you don't believe in their version of Islam. It's just like after World War II, where we didn't want Germany to have a war. Our army. Double tap hit the like button. When you hear this, it shouldn't be something you hear for the first time. After World War II, we didn't want Germany to have an army because they fucking did that horrible shit. So the world didn't fucking trust them. So we don't trust people who have terroristic proxies who kill kids to have fucking nuclear weapons. Double tap hit the like button.
They don't want them to have ballistic missiles. They don't want them to have a nuclear program. They don't like that their Navy makes trouble for everybody in the Gulf. And that is the stated rationale. You could throw on other things. For the last 47 years, they have killed American troops. They've maimed American personnel. They
have killed American troops. Like I said, they have maimed American personnel. They kidnapped Americans and held them for 400. There's reason after reason, besides the fact that they swore that they would never stop killing Americans. They swore that they would never stop kidnapping Americans. Double tap at the... Oh!
exported and funded terror around the world and around the region. And you seem to be suggesting we have no allies in this. I watched the president with the Chancellor of Germany today. He strongly supports what we're doing. The UK is feckless. Spain is feckless. But we have plenty of allies in the region and around the world who know we have done the right thing.
Say it, Scott. The UK is feckless. Spain is feckless. I got a video today. We've been talking about the end of NATO on this channel. We've been talking about fuck NATO on this channel. We've been talking about how NATO for some time has been expressing not only to America, but to the globe, how much they care not about American values and interests. So when Scott says Spain is feckless, the UK is feckless, this comes after $300 billion invested in a Ukrainian war to protect the European powers. Get on my damn nerves. Feckless.
Clear. I just want to you just listed a bunch of things. None of them were an imminent attack. But Rena's question is actually
ballistic
about
missiles, Abby. Drones. These are imminent attack
proof,
weapons.
What proof is there that there were ballistic missiles that they
have attacked us? He just said that. Not imminent. They have. Not waiting to. Not going to. They have. I said during 2020 there was an uptick of proxy violence, and after October 7th they attacked U.S. and Israel sites over 160 times. Not going to, have continuously without reprisal.
They actually had ballistic missiles that could reach the United States.
Reach U.S. bases. Look at your television. They're falling right now.
Iran has been attacking through their proxies U.S. military bases for some time now. Okay.
You want to keep that going, or
the argument that
you want to keep that going, or should we do something about it? You want to keep that going? Put a 1 in the chat. Do you think we should keep that going or do something about it?
There were ballistic missiles that they actually had ballistic missiles that could reach the United States.
Reach U.S. bases. Look at your television. They're falling right now.
Iran has been attacking through their.
What about October 7th? Can we talk about October 7th now? Now that we're in Iran, can we talk about the attack on Israel, the hostages, the murder, the death? The liberal media has poisoned you against Israel. Do you know that attack could not occur? They want you to think Bibi Netanyahu was the one flying the goddamn air balloon or whatever the fuck it was. The truth is that they have been receiving hundreds of millions of dollars in training, drones, and missiles, and all of the tech needed and required. Now, remember when they say Gaza's have children, Gaza's have children. Well, how did they get it done? That's what everybody was wondering. How did they get it done if Gaza's have children? I am telling you how they got it done. Gaza and Hamas are Iranian proxies. Just like Hezbollah and the Houthis, and they receive hundreds of millions of dollars annually in funding and trading, and they get missiles, and they get arms, and they get drone technology. This is the first time you're hearing about this. So when Abiy is saying they didn't attack us, isn't Israel our ally? And after they attacked Israel on October 7th, didn't I tell you that they attacked us and them over 160 times? Over 160 times. Here it is. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iran access of resistance network. Iran provides financial, military, and logistical support to a network of regional proxies. I'm showing this to support what Abiy said, not I said, but what Abiy said. Abiy said this. I didn't say this, you guys. Abiy said this. Abiy said that Iran has been attacking the U.S. via their proxies for some time. I think she should explain to you who those proxies are. She's not, so I'm going to do so right now. Abiy said Iran has been attacking us via their proxies for some time now. Isn't that what she said? Isn't that what she said? She said Iran has been attacking us for some time now.
Proxies, U.S. military bases.
Reach U.S. bases. Look at your television. They're falling right now.
Iran has been attacking through their proxies U.S. military bases for some time now.
So let's draw that out. Let's draw that out, right? Because this is what I do here. It's not just a loud black guy, right? Let's draw that out. That's Democrat. That's Democrat liberal leaning CNN host Abiy with her gorgeous, gorgeous mouth, right? And she said that Iran has been attacking America via their proxies for some time. She doesn't tell you who those proxies are and how prolific they can actually be in these attacks, right? And why we should be worried and why we should go out there. But let me tell you how prolific these proxies are and how much damage they've actually done in the region to America. Hezbollah, Lebanon. We've been hearing about Lebanon since I was a fucking child when they kidnap and kill Americans. I never understood the difference, though, between Shia and Sunni and why that they did the shit that they did in Lebanon. But now we know a lot more why they fucking hate us. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iran's most significant and heavily armed proxy, receiving an estimated $700 million annually. $700 million annually. $700 fucking million, damn near $1 billion annually, and training and an arsenal of 130,000 rockets. An arsenal of 130,000 rockets. It's almost fucking comical. Abiy, what were they going to do with 130,000 rockets, Abiy? Abiy, what they going to do with 130,000 rockets? Can you tell me? Hamas, Gaza. Hamas are the people who did October 7th. Hamas are the people who did October 7th. Gaza, through they're Sunni though. Hamas received up to $350 million a year. Houthis in Yemen, a Shia Zadi group that Iran has equipped with ballistic missiles and drones. She just said she was worried about ballistic missiles. They have ballistic missiles and drones that they have already used to attack. What did I say? What did it say? I said they've already used them to attack. They've already used them to attack Israel and the Red Sea. October 7th, Hamas launches, this right here is my research, timeline of Hamas attacks in Gaza conflict, initiation. October 7th, 2023, Hamas launches the operation and they attack involving thousands of rockets, ground infiltrations into southern Israel. Now listen, it's important that you understand that they launch this operation Al-Aqsa Storm, and they had thousands of rockets. These are kids, remember? Remember when they want you to empathize with them, they say, well, these are children. So I'm saying to you, how do the children get these rockets? They don't have the facilities to make the rockets. Where are the rockets coming from? They don't have the facilities to make the rockets. Where are the rockets coming from? I just told you where the rockets coming from. The rockets, the money, the training, everything is coming from Iran. Everything is coming from Iran. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. We need to get the likes up, man. We need to get the likes up, man. Let's go, everybody. Let's get the likes up. We need to get the likes up. Everybody get the likes up. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go, everybody. Let's go, everybody. Having a good time. Double tap, hit the like button. 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 How's everybody? Just doing a little clean up. I'm going on to clean up. Getting these things to do. Double tap, hit the like button. So October 27th, October 8th, October 7th, they launched the attack on Israel. They used thousands of missiles. I'm telling you now, my argument is if they have kids, how did they get the missiles? If they're not having the factories to build the missiles because they're under occupation. So where's all of the tech, training, and missiles coming from? Thousands of them. That's not a small number, thousands of them. You would be able, Israel would not allow them to have a manufacturing facility to create that many missiles. So how did they get the missiles, right? They got the missiles, I argue, from Iran. And I just showed you the numbers and the money Iran has spent, billions of dollars. Now, October 8th, Israel formally declares war on Hamas and begins extensive retaliatory airstrikes. October 27th, IDF begins a full-scale ground invasion. We know that. I want to show my other timeline. Another timeline that I showed yesterday, I'll show again. I like showing a lot. This is the money. This is the money, the economics. Timeline of Iran proxy events and attacks 2021 to 2026. So the research I was doing is I connected a line from Biden's election to this violence that we're dealing with now, because I suspected that this started under Biden and Harris, and I was absolutely proven correct by my research. Double tap hit the like button, #1 podcast on YouTube. This is my research right here that I found that I'll share with you right now. The connection from the 2020 election to the 2026 invasion of Iran is marked by the shift from containment and diplomacy to direct military confrontation. Following the failure of nuclear negotiations, JCPOA, and a surge in proxy violence. So after Biden took office, there was a failure in nuclear negotiations in Geneva, and then there was a surge in proxy violence. The October 7, 2023 attack served as a catalyst for the current source of the problem doctrine. Timeline of Iran of proxy events and attacks since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office. 2021 transition and nuclear tension. April 2021 indirect nuclear talks begin in Vienna, but I said Geneva, but Vienna, but stall as Iran begins and 60% enrichment. I argue that when the Iranian leadership saw a feckless Sleepy Joe and an unqualified DEI hire, they knew they didn't have to bow and listen to America, and they was going to do what the fuck they wanted to do. I say they came to Vienna, saw what America had to offer, and said, I'm going home, and I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. Sleepy Joe ain't going to do shit. Paw, go get a nap. The Iranians saw Paw and said, Paw need to go get a nap and get some medicine. I'm going to go continue to enrich uranium and create missiles for this day right now today. April 2021, nuclear talks begin in Vienna, and Biden and Kamala failed to reach an agreement with Iran. July 2021, the Iranian drone attack on MT Mercer Street oil tanker kills 2 crew members, escalating the maritime shadow war. So when Abby says there's a war and that their Iranian proxies have been attacking us over the years, these are the details right here. July 2022, failed diplomacy and proxy buildup. January to March 2022, the Houthis, another arm of the Iranian proxy. This is a multi-headed snake. You know, when we were kids and you see the 2-headed snake and you be like, ooh, ah. Well, the Iranian snake has multiple heads, right? So you hear about Hamas, and now you're hearing about the Houthis. January through March 2022, Houthis launched major missile and drone attacks on UAE and Saudi Arabia, demonstrating long-range capabilities provided by Iran. That is so important as we have this debate. That is so important as we have this debate. Now, remember what was said to us. Remember what was said to us. As she argued with Scott Jennings, she said capabilities. Did they have long-range capabilities? Here I am telling you. I said, we don't need to worry about if they will attack us. I said, Abby, they have attacked us. And then she said, what are their capabilities with missiles? And here I am telling you again, Abby, that they had launched airstrikes, that they had launched missile and drone attacks on the UAE and Saudi Arabia to specifically demonstrate long-range capabilities provided by not just Iran, but that their proxies, Abby, that their proxies, you understand what we're saying, Abby? Their proxies had this capability. Now, how would you feel being Israel, not knowing that just Iran wants you dead and has all these missiles, but their proxies now have ballistic missiles to the tunes of thousands? Let's go.
They don't want them to have ballistic missiles. They don't want them to have a nuclear program. They don't like that their Navy makes trouble for everybody in the Gulf. And that is the stated rationale. You could throw on other things. For the last 47 years, they have killed American troops. They've maimed American personnel. They've exported and funded terror around the world and around the region. And you seem to be suggesting we have no allies in this. I watched the president with the Chancellor of Germany today. He strongly supports what we're doing. The UK is feckless. Spain is feckless. But we have plenty of allies in the region and around the world who know we have done the right thing.
So to be clear, I just want to you just listed a bunch of things. None of them were an imminent attack. But Rita's question is actually
ballistic
about
missiles, Abby. Drones.
These
are imminent attack weapons.
What proof is there that there were ballistic missiles, that they actually had ballistic missiles that could reach the United States?
Reach U.S. bases. Look at your television. They're falling right now.
Iran has...
That's why I came back to highlight that specific part. And then what I tell you, January through March, Houthis, not just Iran, but their proxy arm, right? Houthis launched major missile and drone attacks on UAE and Saudi Arabia to what? Demonstrating long-range capabilities, right? That's exactly why I came back here, Abby, because I wanted to just pinpoint that this is what I'm doing by this timeline. Abby is putting forth this false propaganda like there is no threat. I don't get why the Democrats do that. 2023, the Ring of Fire, and October 7th. So August 2022, the U.S. launches airstrikes in Syria against IRGC, backed by militias, following rocket attacks on U.S. bases. So January through March, all the way through August, Biden doesn't do shit. Feckless Biden just allows them to bomb us. First, they say no to peace talks in Vienna. I can't make this shit up. First, they say no to peace talks in Vienna. Then they say no. And then my chat, put a W chat. My chat, it's not only that they said no to peace talks and to nuclear talks in Vienna, but then my chat reminded me another story we shared that Biden and Obama thought it would be a good idea to pay them. So not only did they say, look, that not only did they come to Vienna, look at weak old Biden and say, we're going to be able to run the table. But they enriched their nuclear and uranium up to 60% and they took money. I argue that they took the money from these guys and put it back into their nuclear program. How about that? I argue that the Iranians took the Democrats' money and used it to invest and be prolific in their nuclear program. That's what I argue. Thank you, Biden. And W chat for reminding me that they were paying them. They were paying them to stop their nuclear program, and they did not listen. They took the money and continued to develop nukes. 2023, June 2023, Israel seizes crypto accounts linked to the IRGC and Hezbollah used for financing terror operations. October 7th, 2023, Hamas launches deadliest attack in Israel's history, while Iran denied direct planning and officially supported the militants. No shit. Where did they get the thousands of missiles? October 8th, the day after the attack, Hezbollah begins daily rocket fire into northern Israel. How many of you guys knew that? Because they just wanted you to think that these children threw some rocks over the wall to kill. That's not what the fuck happened, man. I mean, the liberal American media has been demonizing Israel and lying to you about these attacks, so you don't truly understand the potency of Iran. If Iran could do that, and this happened to us in 9/11, and that's their version of 9/11, and we ended up in an Iraq war, Afghani war, and I don't want to get into it. Tucker Carlson does it better, but everybody knows that 9 out of the 11 hijackers were Saudi Arabian, and now I hear Pakistan is talking shit. Did y'all hear about Turkey and Pakistan talking shit about America and the Iran invasion? Yeah, Turkey and Pakistan is talking shit, and it pisses me off because it makes me think, where was bin Laden hiding? But let's not get into that shit. But let's pay attention to what the fuck is going on in the world. You know what I'm saying? So let's get back. So y'all knew about October 7th, but did you know that the next day that the other three heads? Now, this is just, imagine being Israel. So you know about October 7th, but imagine the other heads attacking you the next day. Imagine the other heads attacking you the next day. So you get attacked on October 7th. They take 1,200 people die. They take hostages, but it's not over. It's not over after that. After that, they continue to attack. October 8th, Hezbollah begins daily rocket fire into northern Israel, and Houthis began targeting Red Sea shipping. Remember, I told you about the Red Sea bombing, and the Houthis, they did this to show the world that they have long-range missile capabilities given to them by Iran. This happens on October 8th. Y'all thought that they just stood down or if it was just Gaza children. It wasn't Gaza children. This was Iran attacking and following through on their promises. Can y'all hear me right now? This was Iran attacking and following through on their promises. That's what this is. This is not just some terrorist children in Gaza who's mad at Israel because Israel ain't giving me food. Israel's mean and all this stupid shit. This is not what this is. This was Iran attacking Israel because Iran promised to do so. Because these religious zealots hate America, hate Israel, and they want us dead. And they tricked you into thinking this was Hamas versus Bibi Netanyahu. And Bibi is the bad guy, not the people who gave the Hamas thousands of missiles. As I break this down to you now, How do you feel about the American media? How seriously, as it took this black guy on YouTube to tell you between a Shia and a Sunni, and to tell you the background of the Israeli horrible disaster, their 9/11. How do you feel about the liberal media and all of those protests that happen on college campuses that show empathy to the Iranian proxy war? Now, everybody said Gaza, free Palestine, but what if they understood that they actually were being empathetic to Iranian proxy war and Shia Muslims who have sworn a jihad against America? So when they on college campuses, think about this: when these children are on college campuses in America protesting that they are on the side of the people who attack Israel, not understanding that it was actually the missiles, the training, everything was supplied by Iran, people who are the sworn enemies. I'm not saying they are, they say they are, right? This is what Ayatollah Khomeini, this is what to be part supreme leader, this is what the supreme leader ideology is. Why when they've been talking about this Israel-Gaza conflict, why isn't no one on the liberal left, CNN, NBC, been honest with you about what truly happened and what continued to happen to them and what it's like to live surrounded by Iran proxy armies? Abby just admitted that the Iranian proxies have been attacking us for some. So if they're attacking us and we're way over here, imagine what it feels like to be Israel right next to Iran, Iraq, Bahrain, Lebanon, Syria, all of these Shia Muslim zealot states. Why am I keep naming these states? Why do I say Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, Bahrain, Syria? Why do I keep saying it? I want to paint a fucking picture. I want to paint you a fucking picture. All of these are Shia Islamic zealot states that fucking hate Israel, and they are in the fucking middle, surrounded by people who pray and want Allah to give them the power to fucking kill them. Why don't they fucking explain it like that? Why don't they fucking explain it like that? They want you to hate Israel. If I was Israel, I would be fucking killing every fucking, you fuck motherfucker, everybody gotta go. A New Yorker, an American had to deal with that shit. New Yorker, American, a motherfucker from Texas, a motherfucker from Alabama, Florida. If we had to live in that shit, we would be killing motherfuckers too. Why not tell us that Israel is surrounded by Iranian proxies? They just say, Israel bad, Israel bad. Iran is so rich. Iran is so prolific. They have supplied billions of dollars to their proxy armies. Their proxy armies have some of the most technically proficient war drones. I asked my chat, did you even fucking know that drones are so prolific in modern day warfare? And did you know that Iran is so rich and prolific that they have given these highly technical advanced war weapons to their fucking terrorist proxies to attack Israel over and over and over and over and over and over and over? Did you fucking know that, bro? No, they don't tell you that. They tell you Israel bad, hate Israel, Israel evil. They never gave you the math. What you need to learn from Iran is what the fuck is going on in the Middle East. What the fuck is going on in the Middle East? The difference between a Shia and a Sunni. What the Shia ideology, the Ayatollah Khomeini, when he came to power in 1979, why would they elect someone who believes in jihad and hates and wants to? Because Russia, after World War II, stomped down on Iran. Russia, after World War II, stomped down on Iran. After Russia stomped down on Iran for strategic purposes, the Europeans and the Americans, MI6 and the CIA, installed a dirty Shah and again stomped down on Iran. Inflation ran up. Iranians have been suffering under European allied nations. So in 1979, Ayatollah Khomeini and the Shia fraction of Islam said, "Aren't you tired?" It's like a commercial in the middle of the night. "Aren't you tired? Aren't you tired of the white man taking your oil? Aren't you tired of the white man making you not have a job? Aren't you tired?" It was all bullshit. You know, it's just like the Democrats. They always use race because they know how to get you upset. So they use race to trigger you. It's called race baiting. I argue that Ayatollah Khomeini and the Shia Muslims race baited. Yeah, I know they're white. I believe they race baited and said, "Aren't you tired of these Europeans and Russians and Americans taking over our country, taking our oil? If you vote for me, Ayatollah Khomeini, if you make me your supreme leader, I promise, not only will I kick out the infidel, not only will I kick out the Russian, the American, the British, we will go to war and we will kill them and get revenge. We will lead a jihad against them for all the wrong they have done to you, for all the pain you felt." And guess what happened? They voted for Ayatollah Khomeini in 1979 under the guise that he would protect them and their resources from Europe, from America, from Russia, all of these great allied powers who had been stealing and pimping them out for years. Ayatollah Khomeini came to power, and he didn't waste no time. 30 days later, they created the IRGC, installed the theocracy. Women couldn't walk. Women couldn't wear dresses. Women couldn't go to school. And they've been ruling that region with an iron Islamic fist ever since. And they have been using their proxy terrorist armies to wage war and to carry out their political promise. It's a political promise. Elect me to power and I will prosecute Donald Trump. Well, what they said was elect me to power and I will prosecute the people who were taking us over. Elect me as your supreme leader. Elect me as your supreme leader. In 1979, they elected him. Elect me as your supreme leader, and I promise I will go after the Europeans and the Americans. And that's what they wanted. And so they elected Ayatollah Khomeini the supreme leader, and that's what he did. He started immediately bombing Israel. The year after 1979, they came into power. You know what they did the next year? They went to the American embassy and kidnapped Americans and held them for 444 days just to let the whole world know we are not being pimped anymore. Did y'all hear what I said? Soon as they came to power in 1979, the first thing they did is they went to the American embassy, kidnapped Americans in 1980, and held them for 444 days. After that, y'all, the world changed. That's when the world changed. That's when Iran told the whole world, we are at war with America. We are at war with America. When they kidnapped those people, and that was Ayatollah Khomeini and the supreme leader keeping a campaign promise. That was them keeping a campaign promise. And for order to him to stay alive and stay in power, he's been using his proxy arm to fight this war for the last 47 years. So when she says, did they have capabilities? When she says, were they attacking us? She is playing propaganda. She knows they had the capability. She knows they were attacking us. She wants you to be naive to why we are there and why don't they ever give you the proper math behind the discussion. I will double tap at the like button.
They don't want them to have ballistic missiles. They don't want them to have a nuclear program. They don't like that their Navy makes trouble for everybody in the Gulf. And that is the stated rationale. You could throw on other things. For the last 47 years, they have killed American troops. They've maimed American personnel. They've exported and funded terror around the world and around the region. And you seem to be suggesting we have no allies in this. I watched the president with the Chancellor of Germany today. He strongly supports what we're doing. The UK is feckless. Spain is feckless. But we have plenty of allies in the region and around the world who know we have done the right thing.
So to be clear, I just want to just you just listed a bunch of things. None of them were an imminent attack. But Rita's question is actually
ballistic
about
missiles, Abby,
no,
drones. These are imminent attack weapons.
What proof is there that there were ballistic missiles, that they actually had ballistic missiles that could reach the United States?
Reach U.S. bases. Look at your television. They're falling right now.
Iran has been attacking through their proxies U.S. military bases for some time now. Okay.
You want to keep that going, or
the argument?
You want to keep that going, or should we do something about it? That's what it comes down to. That's why I love Scott. That's why I love Scott. That's why, and this is why I take the time to do my show, to give you guys the details and understand what's going on, man. Trump blasts Starmer over UK slow Iran conflict. So Scotty just said the UK is feckless. Spain is feckless. I said NATO is over. I say hashtag NATO is done. Put a one in the chat if you think NATO was over. I say NATO was over. But I believe it started with Greenland and Denmark and Venezuela and Macron. And did y'all know the only reason we don't got peace in the Ukraine is because Trump has said no more weapons, no more money. Macron in Europe is giving them motherfuckers weapons and money, man. They are anti-America. No one's paying attention. Trump blasts Starmer over UK slow Iran conflict support. Tensions flare after U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran dubbed Epic Fury trigger Iranian tanker attacks and 92% drop in Strait of Hormuz traffic as UK insurers pull coverage. Trump responded by directing U.S. backing for affordable shipping insurance and Navy escorts to restore oil flows. So again, this is a fight that has been, when we talk about a shadow war, what Americans don't understand, and this is not new, but there has been conflict and a shadow war between NATO and America for some time now. And it is very sad that a lot of Americans don't really understand what's going on. NATO has been at odds with us for some time, and how fast they move in opposition should let you know that they already had these plans in place. No one is that quick to move in opposition unless they already had plans in place. I argue NATO has been feeling this way about America and has been waiting to make a break from America. Y'all remember World War II? The argument was in World War II that America waited on purpose to enter the war to cripple Europe so that we would be the #1 power. I argue that Europe is doing some double-handed back dirty deals. They are purposely staying out of this Iran conflict, knowing that they are closer to Iran, knowing that they are closer to Russia. It's absolutely perverted the way this is happening. Tensions flare after U.S.-Israel strikes on Iran dubbed Epic Fury trigger Iranian tanker attacks and 92% in Strait of Hormuz traffic as UK insurers pull coverage. So that's why we did this. That's why we blocked the Straits of Hormuz, because that's blocking oil going to China. Same thing with Venezuela, but Europe didn't want us to block the oil in Venezuela. So wait a minute, Europe, we're trying to protect us. NATO didn't like us taking the oil and stopping oil going to China. But NATO, we're trying to protect us. China's getting bigger and stronger. Do we let China get bigger? What do we do, NATO? So NATO didn't like us stop. So now we're in Iran. We're stopping oil going to China again. And NATO is pissed to the point where Europe takes insurance. That's like war. That's like you might as well be at war with us. That's just taking our legs, like Spain saying we can't use the bases. Spain prime minister saying we can't use our own fucking bases. What the fuck do you mean? So Trump responded by directing U.S. backing for affordable shipping and Navy escorts to restore oil flows, sidelining London's Lloyd market. The personal clash grew from UK's hesitation to grant base access at Diego Garcia, with Starmer countering that Trump plunged the Middle East into chaos while standing by his principled stance. He's supposed to be a fucking ally. These are allied powers. And I promise you, ever since the Greenland and Venezuela, I've said to my audience, these people don't sound like allies. They don't sound like friends. They are definitely not our brothers. They are not paying their fair share. Spain is a fucking free rider. Y'all let me know if this sounds like an ally, friend, or brother.
While the region has been plunged into chaos, my focus is providing calm, level-headed leadership in the national interest. That means deploying our military and diplomatic strength to protect our people. And it means having the strength to stand firm by our values and our principles, no matter the pressure to do otherwise. While the region has been plunged into chaos, my focus is providing calm, level-headed leadership in the national interest. That means deploying our military and diplomatic strength to protect our people. And it means having the strength to stand firm by our values and our principles, no matter the pressure to do otherwise.
Now, I said they've all had the same speechwriter, and I said they've all echoed the same thing. European values are not American values. European desires and European wants are not the same as aligned with Americans. How can we still be in alliance if we're not aligned? And they purposely continue. We've heard from the Spain prime minister. We've heard from France and Macron. We've heard from the Denmark prime minister. Now this is Starmer, and they all are saying that we need to maintain EU, European. Now what does Spain say? España stands with the EU. Isn't that what the Danish prime minister says? That we stand with the EU, right? That they do not stand with America, and they see EU values and their desires in going forward in the future as not the same as America. I say that they're anti. I say that they've become juxtaposed. When they say we can't use our own bases and we are in a conflict, why are we paying the lion's share of NATO if when we're going to have a conflict, they're not there? Can somebody answer me that? Why are we paying the lion's share of NATO if when we have a conflict, they don't show up? Why are we sending $300 billion to Ukraine to protect Europe if Europe is not going to have our back? Ukraine, Russia doesn't help America. Ukraine, Russia was always about the American. So everybody says, Israel's getting you to invade. Israel's getting you to invade. Well, who the fuck got us to protect Macron in France from Russia? Can anybody answer me that question? Who got us to protect France and the European allies from Russia? Because Russia could steamroll the Ukraine and be right up the EU's ass if it was not for America. You would think they would articulate that and say thank you.
While the region has been plunged into chaos, my focus is providing calm, level-headed leadership in the national interest. That means deploying our military and diplomatic strength to protect our people. And it means having the strength to stand firm by our values and our principles, no matter the pressure to do otherwise. While the region has been plunged into chaos, my focus is providing calm, level-headed leadership in the national interest. That means deploying our military and diplomatic strength to protect our people. And it means having the strength to stand firm by our values and our principles, no matter the pressure to do otherwise.
He purposely goes out of his way to say somehow that his values are not aligned with American values. I have a problem with that, y'all. I have a problem with that. They're supposed to be our partners. They're supposed to be our partners. This doesn't sound like a partner. This doesn't sound like a partner. Here's more. Breaking, President Trump has proposed cutting foreign aid by 75%, slashing the State Department budget by 50%, and eliminating funding for the United Nations, NATO, and over 20 international organizations. How many people knew that? How many people knew that? When we've been talking about, this whole NATO thing, I did some research because I wanted to know how far this goes, right? So I did some research on NATO, and the Trump administration fiscal year 2026 budget proposal. Double tap, hit the like button. So when I did my research, I said, what's going on with this NATO thing that's still like in the shadows? So the Trump administration in the big, beautiful bill, fiscal year 2026 budget proposal, we don't have a budget yet. We're still in the government shutdown. DHS is not getting paid. Homeland Security not getting paid. Border Patrol, Coast Guard. Let's keep going. Fiscal year 2026 budget proposal contains the specific figures and eliminations that I mentioned, though the final totals are varied depending on whether prior year recessions, clawback funds are included. Foreign aid cuts. The proposal seeks to slash international affairs funding by approximately 84 to 85% when accounting for both new 2026 spending and the recession of 20 to 21 billion in previous approved 2025 funds. New spending for 2026 would drop roughly to 9.6 billion, down from 58 billion in 2025. Are you guys hearing this? This is what Trump is proposing in the big, beautiful bill. So chat, W chat, as we've been saying, NATO was over, fuck NATO. NATO is not our allies. NATO is not our friend. Trump has already proposed in the 2026 budget that the Democrats don't want to put through to end all funding to NATO. I didn't know that. I'm learning this just now. This is the proposal. The proposal seeks to slash international affairs funding approximately 84 to 85%. Is that America first or is that America first? It would drop it from 58 billion to 9 billion. Humanitarian and global health assistance accounts would be cut over 50%. State Department and USAID budget. The administration proposes nearly halving 48% the base operating budget for the State Department and USD, reducing it from 54 billion to 28 billion. The plan includes shuttering nearly 30 U.S. foreign missions and embassies. The U.S. Agency for Internal Development, USAID, you heard a lot about this at the Hollywood, at the Oscars, and all of the actors talking shit, is being largely dismantled. Let's go, MAGA, let's go. It's just like the Department of Education. You heard a lot about the USAID being dismantled, and Gavin Newsom, a lot of the Democrat liberals talk about it. It's being largely dismantled with remaining programs absorbed in the State Department. International organizations, UN and NATO, the budget proposal moves to eliminate 90% support for international organizations. Now that came up the other day too. W chat, my chat said, fuck the UN also. My chat said the UN and NATO gotta go. W chat. Trump is MAGA new to climate. MAGA new to climate. Funding for the United Nations and its regular budget, as well as voluntary contributions, would be ended. www.trump.com. Let's go. Administrative funding for the NATO alliance is slated for elimination, though military cooperation continues through separate defense channels. Funding for international peacekeeping missions would be zeroed out. Fight Russia on your own. Ukraine now becomes your proxy. The next 300 billion spent in the Ukraine is going to be spent by France when we get our budget. Did y'all know that? I had to share that with y'all. Did y'all know that? I had to share that with y'all because I love y'all so much. I had to share that with y'all, man. I had to share that with y'all. Let's get back. Let's do some more Iran update. We got some other stuff. We got some other stuff. Breaking news, Trump just praised Marco Rubio in front of the whole room, and it erupted. Y'all said Rubio Vance. I said Gabbard Vance. Double tap, hit the like button. What y'all think? Rubio Vance, Gabbard Vance. What it's going to be for 2028? I said Gabbard Vance. A lot of people say Rubio Vance. I'm with you guys. Double tap, hit the like button. Donald Trump. I think he threw an alley-oop to Vance during the State of the Union. So I'm not surprised that he's doing the same thing for Rubio because he knows and he doesn't want his son is young. I think he want to spend the rest of his years with his young son. I would too. I think God has blessed him with long life. He's done great things to help America become great again. I see Trump spending the rest of his years with his son and his young and beautiful wife, and he's handing over the reins, man. He threw Vance alley-oop at the State of the Union where he said Vance will get it done. Now it looks like he's doing the same thing for Marco Rubio. Double tap hit the like button. Let's go.
Proud Miami sports fan, Secretary of State. I'm telling you, he's going to go down as the best Secretary of State in the country's history. Marco Rubio. I don't want him to get too popular. It's true. I don't want him to get too popular. You know, when they get too popular, all of a sudden you see, where's Marco? He's not around anymore. I don't see it. He's doing some job, and your next one is going to be, we want to do that special. Proud Miami sports fan, Secretary of State. I'm telling you, he's going to go down as the best Secretary of State in the country's history. Marco Rubio. I don't want him to get too popular. It's true. I don't want him to get too popular. You know, when they get too popular, all of a sudden you see, where's Marco? He's not around anymore. I don't see it. He's doing some job, and your next one is going to be, we want to do that special. Proud Miami sports fan, Secretary of State. I'm telling you, he's going to go down as the best Secretary of State in the country's history. Marco Rubio. I don't want him to get too popular. It's true. I don't want him to get too popular. You know, when they get too popular, all of a sudden you see, where's Marco? He's not around anymore. I don't see it. He's doing some job, and your next one is going to be, we want to do that special. Proud Miami sports fan, Secretary of State. I'm telling you, he's going to go down as the best Secretary of State in the country's history. Marco Rubio. I don't want him to get too popular. It's true.
Rubio Vance 2028. Vance Gabbard. Who y'all got? Put it in the chat. Rubio Vance 2028. Who y'all got? Double tap hit the like button.
Regard the military and I'm once again calling on all.
Trump just delivered a direct message to the members of the Iranian regime. Lay down your arms. Lay down your arms. Double tap at the like button. Iran update day 6. Trump talking to the Iranian regime.
And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military, and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us. And I'm
Wow, that's very. He said we're gonna give you immunity so we can end all the violence. Donald Trump just said, "You guys surrender. We're gonna get the Shah of Iran back in there, and you guys surrender, and we're gonna give you immunity." Remember, you guys, we here on this chat were the first ones. W Chat. This podcast is a great podcast. Remember when we said Maduro got off that plane looking great? I said Maduro and his wife look great getting off that plane. And why would they bring his wife? And no one, this is what I do. I know I'll get people with some of my thoughts. But my chat be right there with me, W Chat. I said, Maduro looked really good coming off that plane. We did a great job in Venezuela. No one got hurt. But beyond no one getting hurt, did you guys see when Maduro got off the plane? He did not look disheveled. He did not look angry. And his wife looked beautiful. How do they do that? I said that I said that this was looking planned. Somebody in my chat said they brought a makeup artist to do the wife's makeup. I said that makes a lot of sense. Somebody else in my chat said, to your point, Perfect, Maduro was handcuffed in front of him because they did a perp walk. I'm talking about the perp walk when Maduro and his wife came off the plane, how good they looked. My chat said, you know what else, Perfect? He was handcuffed in front of him. So we began to speculate as we did our research into the Venezuela similar invasion. And what someone said is, what we found when we went through our different reports is that they had been in talks with Maduro. Trump's White House had been in talks with Maduro, just like Trump just said, if you surrender, we'll give you immunity. Me and my chat speculated that the Trump White House, Pete Hegseth, had been in talks with Maduro, and then my chat said he surrendered. I said, you know what? We just figured it out. It hasn't even been talked about ever. He surrendered. Because why else would he bring his wife? The negotiation finally came down to they do the attack. I believe either they called last minute or they made a deal last minute. I'll leave right now, but you have to bring my wife, blah, 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 blah. His wife did not have the bounty. His wife was not, there's no reason for America to be chivalrous and take his wife. He is a killer, a drug dealer. All we want is Maduro. Why didn't we just take Maduro? Why would we bring his wife if we're not going to allow him to have access to his wife when he's in America? Think about that. Why let him bring his wife if we're not going to allow him to have access to his wife once he's in America? Why bring his wife when his wife is not up for prosecution, knowing that we will now have to take care of his wife? Even if we prosecute Maduro, what are we going to do with his wife? We brought her here. She was being taken care of by her husband. So now America basically becomes the provider for Maduro's wife. They struck a deal. The only way that happens, they struck a deal. And I believe it's a similar deal that Trump just alluded to. Double tap hit the like button.
Once again, calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military, and the police to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us. And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military.
Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Day 6. Day 6.
And the police to lay down.
Lay down or you going to die. Lay it down or you going to die. Soccer star Lionel Messi walks out with President Trump at the White House while Inter Miami visits Oh, that's dope.
That's great. It's great to be here. Champions. We like champions. We like winners. And we got a lot of them here today. Too many to introduce. A lot of them are political.
That's dope. I'm glad he's celebrating these kids, man, in the middle of everything that's going on.
Their arms. They're only going to be killed.
Campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases. Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight and fight decisively. Having a chance to hear from Admiral Cooper. If you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that's still flowing, that's still coming, that we'll be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities and those of the Israeli Defense Forces. And we have no shortage of authorities. Stockpiles of defensive and offensive.
Pete Hegseth, no shortage of authority. Double tap. Trump congratulating the champs. House Democrats tied to block President Trump's Operation Epic Fury in Iran and just failed 2012 to 2019. They already lost in the Senate, and now they just lost again in the House. The anti-Trump crowd tried to stop the operation and got crushed. Double tap, hit the like button. You heard it here first. I know you've been hearing a lot about this shit. Massey been talking about it. They got crushed again. There it is right there on the screen. Republican, yes. Democrat, yes. We beat them. We have all the authority. That's why Hegseth said we have all the authority, baby.
On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 219. The concurrent resolution is not adopted. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 219. The concurrent resolution is not adopted. On this vote, the yeas are 200.
This is how you do politics. Shut them down. Shut them down. They said they was going to block Trump and he got to go and get all this approval. Did we just shut him down? I think we just shut him down.
What's going on with respect to our operation in the country of Iran? The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule and at levels that people have never seen before, actually. We're destroying more of Iran's missiles and drone capability every single hour, knocking them out like nobody thought was possible. As soon as they set off a missile, within 4 minutes, the launcher gets hit. They don't know what's happening. But we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. Their Navy is gone. 24 ships in 3 days. That's a lot of ships. Their anti-aircraft weapons are gone. So they have no air force. They have no air defense. All of their airplanes are gone. Their communications are gone. Missiles are gone, launches are gone, about 60% and 64% respectively. Other than that, they're doing quite well. I said, what's left? But they're tough and they want to fight. And they're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late. And we want to fight now more than they do. We've had 47 years, depending on the way you count it, but 47 years of horror with this group. And, when you see somebody walking down the street without their legs, without the arms, whose face is so badly affected and hurt, it mostly came from 95% Soleimani and Iran. And we, other presidents, lived with it. I didn't live with it. And so our people are doing a great job. Again, the greatest military anyone's.
Double tap at the like button. People doing a great job. Greatest military area. America first. USA, USA. Trump said he gives the armed forces a 15 out of 10 on the Iran. What do you give them? Put a 1 in the chat. Do you agree how the American forces are doing? Double tap at the like button. Trump said he gives them a 15 out of 10. This is the best operation ever. This is Trump Day 6 update on Iran war.
Before we begin, I think I will say a few words about what's going on with respect to our operation in the country of Iran. The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule and at levels that people have never seen before, actually. We're destroying more of Iran's missiles and drone capability every single hour, knocking them out like nobody thought was possible. As soon as they set off a missile, within 4 minutes, the launcher gets hit. They don't know what's happening. But we have the greatest military anywhere in the world. Their Navy is gone. 24 ships in 3 days. That's a lot of ships. Their anti-aircraft weapons are gone. So they have no air force. They have no air defense. All of their airplanes are gone. Their communications are gone. Missiles are gone, launches are gone, about 60% and 64% respectively. Other than that, they're doing quite well. I said, what's left? But they're tough and they want to fight. And they're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late. And we want to fight now more than they do. We've had 47 years, depending on the way you count it, but 47 years of horror with this group. And, when you see somebody walking down the street without their legs, without the arms, whose face is so badly affected and hurt, it mostly came from 95% Soleimani and Iran. And we, other presidents, lived with it. I didn't live with it. And so our people are doing a great job. Again, the greatest military anyone's.
Amen. Amen. The greatest military. I agree. Double tap. And can we say God bless and thank you for your service to our men and women in uniform? God bless you and thank you for your service to all the men and women in uniform protecting our country and our borders. And if no one ever tells you that they love you and they appreciate your sacrifice, we're going to tell you that on the Perfect Timing podcast. We love you and we appreciate your sacrifice. Mark Wayne Mullins' Senate office is packed after President Trump named him the next Secretary of Homeland Security. Reporters everywhere, phones blowing up. Everyone wants a word. Mullins already gearing up to move fast through confirmation. Let's make sure this goes well. Double tap. I didn't know this. Brand new breaking news. Trump announcing Mullins as DHS Let's go.
And keeping that domestic agenda going. So they should be very mindful that they need to keep things going and keep it at a good tick.
Well, that office is getting busy. As you can see, it looks like some pictures are being taken. We have official reaction now from Secretary Noem. She has posted this to X. Thank you, POTUS, for appointing me as the special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Secretary Rubio and Secretary of War are incredible leaders, and I look forward to working with them closely to dismantle cartels that have poured drugs into our nation and killed our children and grandchildren. The Western Hemisphere is absolutely critical for U.S. security. In this new role, I will be able to build on the partnerships, the national security expertise I forged over the last 13 months as the Secretary of Homeland Security. We have made historic accomplishments in the Department of Homeland Security to make America safe again. We delivered the
and keeping that domestic agenda going. So they should be very mindful that they need to keep things going and keep it at a good tick.
Well, that office is getting busy. As you can see, it looks like some pictures are being taken. We have official reaction now from Secretary Noem. She has posted this to X. Thank you, POTUS, for appointing me as the special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Secretary Rubio and Secretary of War are incredible leaders, and I look forward to working with them closely to dismantle cartels that have poured drugs into our nation and killed our children and grandchildren. The Western Hemisphere is absolutely critical for U.S. security. In this new role, I will be able to build on the partnerships, the national security expertise I forged over the last 13 months as the Secretary of Homeland Security. We have made historic accomplishments in the Department of Homeland Security to make America safe again. We delivered the
and keeping that.
Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Get them likes up, man. We doing an update. Just then, Kristi Noem responds after President Trump moved her from DHS to lead the new Shield of America's initiative. She says the Western Hemisphere is critical to U.S. Security, and she will build on partnerships and national security work she developed during her time. So it looks like she's being replaced, you guys. How y'all feel about Kristi Noem being replaced? Put a one in the chat if you agree with Trump replacing her.
At some of the criticism that Noem has faced, is there any learning lessons that you have picked up from Noem and the ways in which you want to lead the agency a little bit differently?
Kristi is a friend, and I haven't had time to call Kristi yet, and our Secretary Noem, and our families are friends. She was tasked to do a very difficult job, and I think she has performed the best she can do underneath the circumstances. Is there always lessons to be learned? You know, listen, my wife and I, we have, over the years, we have been fortunate enough to purchase companies and grow our companies, and every day there's something you can do better. And so I think there's an opportunity to build off successes, and there's also opportunities to build off things that maybe didn't go quite as planned. So,
Senator, at some of the criticism that.
So y'all hearing it first. Breaking news. I don't know how many people know about this. I'm reporting this first right now. Kristi Noem has been replaced. Kristi Noem, head of DHS, Homeland Secretary, has been replaced. I'm reporting the news right here. Mullen is going to be replacing Kristi Noem. He said he hasn't even talked to her yet. This is breaking news. Kristi Noem has been replaced as head. I remember her on South Park where they said she shot a dog. I mean, South Park did her wrong. South Park did J.D. Vance wrong. I was backing Kristi because I'm backing all of Trump's appointees. You know, people talk shit about Kash Patel. I got Kash Patel back. I got Pam Bondi back. But she was testifying the other day, and they really talked shit about her, so I didn't show it because I didn't want to be a negative nanny. But Kristi Noem has been replaced. Breaking news. Put it in the chat. Kristi Noem. Trump has replaced Kristi Noem with Mullen. Kristi Noem no longer head of Homeland Security, no longer secretary. Breaking news. Let's take a look at it. Breaking news. Kristi Noem has been replaced. Donald Trump replaces Kristi Noem. Let's go back to both clips. Let's go back. That's Mullen speaking on it. That's Mullen speaking. Here it is. Mark Wayne Mullen's Senate office is packed after President Trump named him the next Secretary of Homeland Security. He has been named the next Secretary of Homeland Security. Kristi Noem is out.
domestic agenda going. So they should be very mindful that they need to keep things going and keep it at a good tick.
Well, that office is getting busy. As you can see, it looks like some pictures are being taken. We have official reaction now from Secretary Noem. She has posted this to X. Thank you, POTUS, for appointing me as the special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Secretary Rubio and Secretary of War are incredible leaders, and I look forward to working with them closely to dismantle cartels that have poured drugs into our nation and killed our children and grandchildren. The Western Hemisphere is absolutely critical for U.S. security. In this new role, I will be able to build on the partnerships, the national security expertise I forged over the last 13 months as the Secretary of Homeland Security. We have made historic accomplishments in the Department of Homeland Security to make America safe again. We delivered these
and keeping that domestic agenda going. So they should be very mindful that they need to keep things going and keep it at a good tick.
Well, that office is getting busy. As you can see, it looks like some pictures are being.
So, and now let's go to Mullen. Breaking news, man. Breaking news, man. Somebody in the chat says she had already known this. I didn't say she was fired. I'm just giving people the news. I didn't know this. This is breaking news. She was just testifying the other day. Now it's coming out. She's being replaced.
At some of the criticism that Noem has faced, is there any learning lessons that you have picked up from Noem and the ways in which you want to lead the agency a little bit differently?
Christy is a friend, and I haven't had time to call Christy yet, and our Secretary Noem, and our families are friends. She was tasked to do a very difficult job, and I think she has performed the best she can do underneath the circumstances. Is there always lessons to be learned? Listen, my wife and I, we have, over the years, we have been fortunate enough to purchase companies and grow our companies, and every day there's something you can do better. And so I think there's an opportunity to build off successes, and there's also opportunities to build off things that maybe didn't go quite as planned. So,
Senator, at some of the criticism that Noem has faced, is there any learning lessons that you have picked up from Noem and the ways in which you want to lead the agency a little bit differently?
Christy is a friend, and I haven't had time to call Christy yet, and our Secretary Noem, and our families are friends. She was tasked to do a very difficult job, and I think she has performed the best she can do underneath the circumstances. Is there always lessons to be learned? Listen, my wife and I, we have, over the years, we have been fortunate enough to purchase companies and grow our companies, and every day there's something you can do better. And so I think there's an opportunity to build off success.
I don't know if I like that answer. I don't know if I like that answer about something to do better. I think Christie and Homeland and the deportee, I think they did a great job. 2 million people deported in 2025, 600,000 deported by ICE without incident. We didn't get incident until we got to Minnesota, where they said they refused to work with ICE, even though Tom Homan had an office in Minnesota under the Democratic president who deported more people. I think she did a great job. I think that the left just won on this one, and that the propaganda may have won on this one.
Alert the Iranian foreign minister telling American reporters that the regime is ready for a possible U.S. ground invasion.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade, the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
And if you had any doubt that Iran was in a rational state, you just confirmed that. He is ready and seems to be relishing, Lawrence. Let's end where we began. The idea that the strongest, most powerful army in the world could come.
Yeah, because you've done so well in the air.
News alert, the Iranian foreign minister telling American reporters that the regime...
Right, because you done so well in the air. They ready for ground troops. They ready for ground troops. Iraq Kurds launch. Remember earlier we talked about the Kurds. That's the Kurds launching. What else we got on the Iran update? California Democrats are panicking and begging their own candidates to drop out because they fear Republican governor. Polling shows Chad Bianco, Steve Hilton leading the field. The party that... So let's get into some election stuff. Let's get into how the Democrats are running scared and what it looks like for 2026 and 2028. Let's get into some election stuff. This red wave, let's go. Double tap at the like button. Let's go, MAGA.
Get out In, get out. That's the very direct message from the chair of California's Democratic Party to the half a dozen high-profile Democrats that are running for governor. The June primaries are fast approaching, and the field remains very crowded. Here's a look at the latest polling from February. You can see the top two Republican candidates are polling around the same numbers as the top three Democrats. And the Democratic Party's worried all those other candidates polling at a combined 30 points could clear the way for a Republican victory for the first time since 2006. Robert Honda joins us live after talking to the party's chair. Robert, what's he saying tonight?
Well, what he said probably shook up quite a few campaigns, but the party chief says it's simple math. Too many Democrats could splinter the primary vote and help Republicans gain a top spot in the general election.
Let's beat those candidates.
9 prominent Democrats have been campaigning for governor here in the Bay Area and all around the state, but everyone is just campaigning right now. This Friday, that changes. March 6th is the filing deadline to become an official candidate. California uses a jungle primary format, meaning the 2 top vote getters in June go on to the November election, regardless of their party. So with 2 Republicans polling fairly well, state Democrats worry so many Democrats will fracture the vote. That's why State Democratic Party Chair Rusty Hicks put out an open letter essentially saying, if you can't win now, drop out.
I'm asking each candidate for governor to honestly and candidly assess their viability to make it to the general election. And if they don't see a viable path, to simply not file. And if they do file, to be prepared to suspend their campaign and endorse another candidate if in fact they do not become viable by mid-April.
San Jose.
So I told you guys, I don't believe California goes Democrat ever again. Gavin Newsom has done so much damage in California. It's almost guaranteed. Y'all forget the state that gave you the governor. That was Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was a Republican governor of California, the governor. That's why he got the name the governor in all those cartoons, because he's a Republican and a hardliner. California gave you the governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Republican governor. I think California swings red. Put a 1 in the chat if you think California goes red. Put a 1 in the chat if you think California swings red. Straight up.
State University political science professor and dean of undergraduate education, Melinda Jackson, says with the 2 Republicans polling pretty well, the request makes sense.
That primary elections don't have a huge voter turnout. So, typically we're talking less than 30% of voters turn out for a primary. So again, if you have Republican voters who are really motivated because they think they might get, 1 or 2 of their guys on the ballot, that could really create some risk for the Democrats this time.
Hicks says he understands with such prominent candidates, it will be hard for any of them to picture themselves not gaining ground.
Reality is that the stakes are incredibly high at this historic moment in our nation. California's leadership, both at home and abroad, is at stake.
There are a lot of great candidates in this race, but somebody's going to have to, kind of put the good of the party above their own personal self-interest.
Well, the Democratic candidates have a few days to ponder that call from their party. And we are hearing that some candidates are already pushing back. For example, San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan. They're saying that they might not be polling that well now, but they will get better later as long as they keep campaigning. Live in San Jose, Robert Honda, NBC Bay Area News.
Robert, thank you.
They don't shoot themselves in the foot. The Democrats are not prepared for the game. So thank you, Democrats. The Democrats are going to make sure. It's already obvious to me California was going red, but these greedy Democrats and their tactics, like, what does that tell you, man? What does that tell you about the Democrat? Would you want to vote Democrat or vote blue? They can't even get together and do something selfless to make sure that you guys win, right? This is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is the problem right here. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. You would think they want to win. They're not acting like they want to win. You would think they want to win. They are not acting like they want to win. They are not, and it's not me doing it. It's not me doing it. They're doing it to themselves. They are doing it to themselves. In case you missed it, Double tap, hit the like button. Where else are we? Here we go. Virginia Democrats are now shielding an illegal alien, unaliver, and known rapist. Double tap. This is a sensitive story for adult ears only. Double tap, hit the like button. This is what you got, Virginia. This is what you voted for, Virginia. Look at the details of this story. This guy is not an American citizen, been arrested over 30 times, and finally Trump and ICE wants to get him deported, and Virginia is saying no. They make this shit up.
Now, the local sheriff in Fairfax County could simply choose to honor ICE's detainer and hand over this individual to ICE, but the governor tonight is saying that ICE should take that extra step, overcome that extra hurdle, get a judicial warrant to hand over this individual. And this individual's name is Abdul Jallo. He's accused of stabbing and killing Stephanie Minter of Fredericksburg at a Fairfax County bus stop in Hybla Valley. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security says Jallo is an illegal alien from Sierra Leone who entered the U.S. illegally in 2012. We checked, and Jallo's criminal history includes more than 30 arrests for more than 40 charges, including rape, malicious wounding, assault, drug possession, identity theft, trespassing, larceny, firing a weapon, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and pickpocketing. A Fairfax County Commonwealth's attorney, Steve Descano, he dropped multiple charges against the man, allowing him to walk free.
It's absolutely unacceptable that after 40 offenses, including 5 malicious woundings and a rape, that you've got somebody like this on our streets. Somebody that just committed a crime in January. Assault and battery crime in January on our streets.
This individual is a menace to society, and Steve Descano has given him chance after chance to go out and wound people, terrorize communities, and now he took a life.
That's what it is. That's a fact. That's a fact. Now, this is important to understand about the violence. Now, we just talked about Kristi Noem. The reason I follow up my Kristi Noem story with this is because you need to understand what took place in Minnesota and understand what the Virginia Mayor Spanberger, who was supported by Obama, just did. Why did we have violence in Minnesota? So let me go back. So we have violence in Minnesota because, and why do we have a shutdown? This is related to the violence in Minnesota and the government shutdown, both the same thing, and now they're asking for the same thing in Virginia. So this is very important that you understand what's happening, and God bless this family. God bless this family. God bless this family. God bless the Lincoln Riley family, the Lincoln Riley Act, and the Angel families. So the way it works is DHS and ICE have been going state to state, and so they can get as many people without incident and without violence. What they do is they go to the government agencies and say, give me your roles and rosters. Remember, Keith Ellison fought this in the Supreme Court against Tom Homan and DHS. Give me your roles and rosters of everybody who's incarcerated who happens to be not an American citizen. Minnesota had 500 people incarcerated that were not American citizens. ICE and DHS said, give me those people. Minnesota said no. Minnesota said, we want you to go the extra step and get a judge's order, the same type of judge that you and I see. Now, what you need to understand about deportation orders is the people that the ICE agents wanted have already seen an immigration judge. They had come to America during the 2020 Biden-Harris administration open border policy, and unfortunately, they had committed a crime before they obtained citizenship. So if you commit a crime, you're supposed to be sent home. A lot of these guys committed a crime. They saw an immigration judge. Immigration judge said you have to self-deport because Biden didn't do it. Biden didn't spend the money, time, or effort. Immigration judge said you have to self-deport and leave the country by a certain day. TPS is going to expire on the Somalian community on March 17th. 3,500 of them will have to leave. So ICE went to Minnesota and said, give me the list of everybody on welfare. No one is supposed to be receiving food stamps if they're not an American citizen. There's a law against that. There are non-American citizens on welfare in Minnesota. Give me the list of everyone on welfare. Doge will go through the list. We will find out. We know their address because they receive welfare, so they have to have an address. We're going to do it very quietly. We're going to knock on the door, find out who they are, and deport them. Minnesota said no. So we asked for the Medicaid. Give me everybody that you are giving free health care to who is not an American citizen. Anybody who's not an American citizen cannot get Medicaid. Minnesota said no. So what happened in Virginia, unfortunately, with this young lady is the same thing. ICE is saying, give me this young man who committed all of these crimes. And Virginia is saying, no, you must go to a court and get a court order, even though he's not an American citizen. What you need to understand is people who are not citizens go to an immigration court, see an immigration judge. They don't go to a superior court like me and you, where the judge has a robe, there's a seal on the wall, and there's a flag. There's things in that courtroom that you may have never really paid attention to. Right? You don't know your rights. You haven't read the Constitution and articles in the Bill of Rights. You don't know when you go into a courtroom, it has to have certain things because you're an American citizen. The person who is not an American citizen, they don't go into that same courtroom. The person is not an American citizen, they don't go into that same courtroom. Let's look at it again.
Now, the local sheriff in Fairfax County could simply choose to honor ICE's detainer and hand over this individual to ICE, but the governor tonight is saying that ICE should take that extra step, overcome that extra hurdle, get a judicial warrant to hand over this individual. And this individual's name is Abdul Jallo. He's accused of stabbing and killing Stephanie Minter of Fredericksburg at a Fairfax County.
Take the additional step. Take the additional step. He already has deportation orders. He's already a criminal. He's already not a citizen. But in order to get a judge, you got to go through a trial and then find him guilty. What MAGA and conservatives are arguing is that is very costly and expensive. Because what Minnesota and what Virginia is suggesting and why the government is shut down is they want that same court appearance for all of the millions of immigrants who came here illegally. Do you know they would bog down the courtrooms and American citizens wouldn't get no justice if the Democrats got their way? You would never get your day in court as an American system, as an American citizen, because our courts would be flooded with millions of immigrants who thought and believed they were entitled to the constitutional rights that you are afforded because you're an American citizen. That is absolutely idiotic. It costs money to process them through a court. This is what the DHS and the government shut down. Chuck Schumer right now saying the Democrats have the government shut down. TSA agents are not getting paid again. Coast Guard are not getting paid again. Air traffic controllers are not getting paid again. ICE is not getting paid again. And all because they are saying they think it's a legitimate argument. No, you got to get a judge. You got to get a judge. I argue what they don't tell you. They always don't tell you the whole thing. How much will it cost to process them all through our courts, where we have district attorneys who make hundreds of thousands of dollars, public defenders that make hundreds of, court reporters, bailiffs, judges? How much will it cost? How much time will it take? Will our courtrooms, remember Fulton County? Remember Fulton County with their backed up backlog? And what about Philippe Broader, the guy on a Staten Island, or what's it, Rikers Island, who was there 3 years without getting prosecuted because they have such a backlog in New York? How they got someone killed themselves in New York. Jay-Z did a documentary because he waited so long for trial, innocent until proven guilty, but they kept him incarcerated for 3 years. And then after keeping him incarcerated, they gave him a deal and let him go home. He never got a court. After being in jail, he said he almost went crazy. They tried to kill him while he was incarcerated. He was innocent the whole time. He did 3 years while being an innocent man. He became institutionalized. He had to defend his life while being incarcerated. And then the end result was you can go home. And he went crazy. He couldn't deal with it. He never got his day in court, even though he was free and got to go home. Imagine now with that story. A lot of you heard that story because Jay-Z did an article. Jay-Z did an article. They did a movie. So a lot of you heard of that. I'm arguing if they have to process. Now, remember, we had all of these illegal immigrants in New York getting thousands of dollars in food stamps and free hotels. Now you want them to clog up our court system. Our courts that's already clogged and backed up to where someone had to wait 3 years for trial and still never got a court date. You telling me you're going to process them through that court? Logistically, how do you do that? Logistically, how do you do that? How do you do that? No one ever has a good answer. And now we got someone else who hurt somebody who should not be here. Look how many times this guy got arrested.
County could simply choose to honor ISIS detainer and hand over this individual to ICE, but the governor tonight is saying that ICE should take that extra step, overcome that extra hurdle, get a judicial warrant to hand over this individual.
So they won't respect the ICE detainer. ICE should take the extra step and pay the extra money. That part is what's being left out that conservatives understand to get this judicial warrant.
County could simply choose to honor ISIS detainer and hand over this individual to ICE, but the governor tonight is saying that ICE should take that extra step, overcome that extra hurdle, get a judicial warrant to hand over this individual. And this individual's name is Abdul Jallo. He's accused of stabbing and killing Stephanie Minter of Fredericksburg at a Fairfax County bus stop in Hybla Valley. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security says Jallo is an illegal alien from Sierra Leone who entered the U.S. illegally in 2012. We checked, and Jallo's criminal history includes more than 30
So under the Obama administration,
arrests for more than
how many arrests? He came here under Obama. Wakanda, he might be Obama cousin. Don't he look like Obama? This is probably Obama cousin. How many times he been arrested since he been here? No job, welfare. They come here and get on welfare, don't do nothing with themselves. Why come here? You could have did this shit where you was.
criminal history includes more than 30 arrests for more than 40 charges.
30 arrests, 40 charges. Came here in 2012 under Obama, and he been arrested 30 times, 40 arrests, 30 charges, and he was out freely walking around to hurt somebody.
The U.S. Department of Homeland Security says Jallo is an illegal alien from Sierra Leone who entered the U.S. illegally in 2012. We checked, and Jallo's criminal history includes more than 30 arrests for more than 40 charges, including rape, malicious wounding, assault, drug possession, identity theft.
Thank you, Obama. Thank you, Biden. Look at all of these heinous charges dropped, stabbing. He pled guilty to the stabbing. God. You can't make this shit up. You see this shit? You see this shit? He pled guilty to the stabbing. You dirty dog, motherfucker. He should have been sent back. He should not be here. He pled guilty to the stabbing. Then they dropped stabbing in 2024. So if you stab, you will stab again. If it don't fit, you must acquit. If this motherfucker stab, he will stab again. I'll stab and I'll stab again. If he got, you can't make this shit up. If he got guilty for stabbing the motherfucker, and I would bet dollars to donuts that he did the second stabbing. So he pled guilty in 2023 of stabbing. And for some reason, they dropped it. Wait. There's more, you guys. This can't be possible. This can't be life. This can't be life. It gotta be Democrat. Do y'all see this shit? How many fucking stabbings? How many stabbings? Stabbing after stabbing. He just a stabby motherfucker, man. He not a citizen. He a stabber. He a motherfucking stab-happy stabber. How many stabbings, you guys? So he pled guilty in 2023, but they dropped the stabbing in 2024. That knife ended up in somebody's back. 2025, they dropped another stabbing. Y'all see all these stabbings? 1 stabbing, 2 stabbing, 3 stabbing, 4. Goddamn. 1 stabbing, 2 stabbing, 3 stabbing, 4. 2025 assault. So twice in a year, he done stabbed and assaulted somebody, but they dropped them both. Stabbing, drop, assault, drop. Another assault in 2025. Drop it like it's hard. Drop it like it's hard. When you're a Democrat and you're not a citizen, you can drop it like it's hard. Drop it like it's hard. Unbelievable. Let's just drop it. Drop it all. Fuck it.
Trespassing, larceny, firing a weapon, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, and pickpocketing. A Fairfax County Commonwealth's attorney, Steve Descano, he dropped multiple charges against the man, allowing him to walk free.
It's absolutely unacceptable that after 40 offenses, including 5 malicious woundings and a rape, that you've got somebody like this on our streets. Somebody that just committed a crime in January, assault and battery crime in January on our streets.
This individual is a menace to society. And Steve Descano has given him chance after chance to go out and wound people, terrorize communities, and now he took a life.
What y'all think, man? What y'all think? This is like, it's not even believable, man. It's not even believable. How the Democrats gonna defend themselves against this, man? Allowing these people to go free. Allowing these people to go free over and over again, up to 40 times. Up to 40 times. Right? Man, that's horrible, man. Up to 40 times. I don't know what to say, man. And y'all don't want ICE to do their job. And y'all don't want ICE to do their job. What's wrong with you, man? Y'all don't want ICE to do their job. What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you, man? Double tap, hit the like button, man. I got my brother, Stephen A. Smith, brother from another mother. Stephen A. Smith, my brother from another mother coming in. Let's tee up. Stephen A. Smith concedes Trump was constitutionally justified in striking Iran. I said it. I said it. I said it. Stephen A. Smith must have watched my show. Y'all know Stephen A. Smith subscribed to the show. One of my #1 supporters. I said it. Trump had full authority to strike Iran. I said it. Double tap, hit the like button.
Article 2 of the Constitution. You got Tim Kaine and everybody else talking about, hey, it's unconstitutional. Well, evidently it's not. Article 2 of the Constitution stipulates that the president does indeed have the right to act if he considers it a national security issue. So he was never really in any trouble. He was never really in any danger of being stripped of his potency as the commander-in-chief to make such a decision. Why are we acting like he isn't? Constitution, Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1 of the United States Constitution declares the president to be commander-in-chief of the Army, Navy, and state militias. Presidents often cite this power to justify unilateral military action without immediate congressional approval, specifically to defend U.S. citizens or respond to threats. Period. Period. You got Tim Kaine and everybody else talking about, hey, it's unconstitutional. Well, evidently it's not. Article 2 of the Constitution stipulates that the president does indeed have the right to act if he considers it a national security issue. So he was never really in any trouble. He was never really in any danger of being stripped of his potency.
Say it again, Stephen A. Smith.
He is the commander-in-chief to make such a decision. Why are we acting like he isn't? Constitution, Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1 of the United States Constitution declares the president to be commander-in-chief of the Army, Navy, and state militias. Presidents often cite this power to justify unilateral military action without immediate congressional approval, specifically to defend U.S. citizens or respond to threats.
Article 2, let's go. Double tap, hit the like button. Stephen A. Smith went so far to actually read it. Article 2 explicitly gives Trump the war powers. Let's go. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. Trump and Pete Hegseth have all the authority to do what they're doing. You heard it here
Decision. Why are we acting like he isn't? Constitution, Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1 of the United States Constitution declares the president to be commander-in-chief of the Army, Navy, and state militias. Presidents often cite this power to justify unilateral military action without immediate congressional approval, specifically to defend U.S. citizens or respond to threats.
Line for line, word for word. Line for line, word for word. Let's go, MAGA, let's go.
Period. Period. You got Tim Kaine and everybody else talking about, hey, it's unconstitutional. Well, evidently it's not.
Evidently it's not. #1 podcast on YouTube. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. All the authority in the world. All of the power in my hand. I got all of the power in my hand. We had all of the authority all along, and I said it. Trump always had all the authority all along. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's take a look at this. Let's take another look at this. Something that's entertaining. This is, holy crap, Rep. Rashida Tlaib got confronted after she betrayed America. Then she cried racism. She didn't stand up. Her and Ilhan Omar did not stand up, acted like they couldn't stand up. And then when confronted about why not standing up, she called the Capitol Police.
You didn't stand when he said you support Americans first?
I'm Muslim, you're racist.
Allegedly impeding the Congress is a federal offense.
Yeah.
So we have to investigate it.
So is this an official investigation here that we're doing?
It's what's called a police stop.
Before you go into your office, Congresswoman, it's been a week since the State of the Union. Have you figured out if you're for the American people or for illegal immigrants first?
Okay.
It's a very simple question. You're a representative.
That's a very racist question. I'm an American, so because I'm Palestinian, I'm Muslim, I'm not an American.
We didn't say, did they say anything about her being Muslim or Palestinian? They just asked her why she didn't stand up. And immediately, this is why I don't understand how people like this could be politicians in America. This shit don't not seem democratic. The way you just lie and race baited. You should be fired immediately for this type of shit. You should be fired immediately. Our politics should not be a fucking cartoon. And the Democratic Party just perverts.
Congress is a federal offense.
Yeah.
So we have to investigate it.
So is this an official investigation here that we're doing?
It's what's called a police stop.
Before you go into your office, Congresswoman, it's been a week since the State of the Union. Have you figured out if you're for the American people or for illegal immigrants first?
Okay.
It's a very simple question. You're a representative.
That's a very racist question. I'm an American, so because I'm Palestinian, I'm Muslim, I'm not an American.
You didn't stand when he said you support Americans first?
I'm Muslim, you're racist.
Do you support Americans first, or do you want to gaslight us? Because if you want to gaslight us, and that's fine, but just say it out loud. Don't be scared. She's literally screaming racist to me and you. You're Russian. I'm Cuban. We're both Americans. She says I'm Muslim. So where's the racism in that? Last I checked, being Muslim isn't a race. The officers just approached us and asked us if we just left Rashida Tlaib's office, which we then said no. So it looks like they called in.
Just hang around here to see what happened because we're sure that this is about us. So. Can we ask you, sir, did they complain or something? Is that why cops were called up here?
Yeah, it's something or somebody was harassing. I don't know. It's all
great. So actually, we were harassed.
She was calling us racist because we asked her if she stood up for the American people. And Trump asked, she didn't stand up.
You the guys, yeah, don't want to question you.
You have a press pass? Yeah, but that's not House issued.
No,
we're press. So that's different. Who are you with? Okay, do me a favor, just put that down.
So is this an official?
This shit is fucking embarrassing. You overweight. Oh, you shouldn't be fucking a police officer. This other motherfucker got a soda in his hand. Oh, you the guys. Motherfucking mall cops, man. Motherfucking mall cops. Oh, they gonna want to talk. And then he come over there and do all this shit to make her happy. Man, this shit, man. After this.
This is because we asked her if she stood up for the American people. And Trump asked, she didn't stand up.
You the guys, yeah, don't want to question you.
You have a press pass?
Yeah.
Are you the guys? And he still got the fucking cup in his hand. This shit.
But that's not House issued. House
No,
no.
House
So
issued.
that's different. Who are you with?
We're Frontlines.
Okay, do me a favor and just put that down, okay?
So is this an official investigation here that we're doing?
It's what's called a police stop right now. Okay. We can figure out what's going on.
Got it.
Okay.
So
allegedly impeding the Congress is a federal offense.
Yeah.
So we have to investigate this. Let's just cooperate with them.
Sure.
If you're stopping them from, if they have to divert around you, because you are now blocking them. Yeah.
And which they didn't stop her, which they didn't impede her, but she still called the police. We are still in the government shutdown. Watch live. Travel industry leaders rally for state workers during Homeland Security shutdown.
Soon, if Congress does not act, that becomes no paycheck at all. The men and women screening more than 2 million system received only a partial paycheck.
They received only a partial paycheck. Jasmine Crockett got full pay. Chuck Schumer got full pay. Senate Democrats got full pay. They got a partial paycheck. Next week, they're going to get no paycheck.
Received only a partial paycheck. Soon, if Congress does not act, that becomes no paycheck at all. The men and women screening more than 2 million passengers every single day, the people standing between our aviation system and those who would do it harm. They're showing up, they're doing their job, and they're not getting paid.
That's fucked up. Another government shutdown, and they think it's just ICE. It's not just ICE. More people. Look at Chuck Schumer. Shut the government down again because he's scared of AOC. Why we shut down? Because Chuck Schumer is scared of AOC. Day 19 of government shutdown. Day 6 of Iran invasion. Day 19 government shutdown. ICE agents unpaid. We just showed you the airport, TSA, air traffic controllers. Again, after not being paid just less than 43 days ago, they went unpaid for 43 days. And Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats think it's okay to do it to them again. Don't worry, they still get their paycheck.
This is no time to have the Department of Homeland Security shut down and their ability to protect Americans limited. And who did that? Democrats in Congress, who weeks ago made a reckless decision to shut down the Department of Homeland Security. But now that we're at a heightened threat, and it's not just hypothetical threats, you could see what happened in Austin. A man with a Property of Allah shirt killing Americans. When we saw the open border of Joe Biden, for years letting in people who want to do us harm, people on the terrorist watch list, people from Iran that could do us harm. We need to be more vigilant than ever and have a fully functioning Department of Homeland Security with all the capabilities, cyber capabilities, which right now are dramatically limited because of Democrats' reckless and dangerous action to shut that department down. It is time for their dangerous games to end. Democrats need to vote with us tomorrow to reopen the Department of Homeland Security to make sure that our basic mission as members of Congress to keep Americans safe continues. And we're going to give them that opportunity.
And they said no, all they care about is power, just like the religious zealots in Iran. All they care about is power. That's all they care about. What's this? Starlink designed highly resilient against shutdown attempts due to several key features: satellite network structure. Elon Musk.
Dozens of satellites orbit the Earth at just 550 kilometers, delivering ultra-fast internet with very low latency. All these satellites are connected to each other using laser links, creating a massive network in space. The result? Even if undersea cables are cut or natural disasters destroy ground networks, the internet keeps working. That's why...
I don't know what the fuck they got to do with the shutdown. He nailed it. Accuses Democrats of almost committing treason by keeping DHS shut down during this Iran. So again, Republicans have challenged Democrats to reopen up DHS during the Iran invasion, and they're saying no.
These people aren't asleep. They're telling us they want to kill us. And so the idea that the Democrats will keep the Department of Homeland Security closed, it's as close to an act of treason as I can imagine.
All right, Congressman Randy Fine, great to have you with us.
These people aren't asleep. They are telling us they want to kill us. And so the idea that the Democrats will keep the Department of Homeland Security closed, it's as close to an act of treason as I can imagine.
I agree. I can't believe they're going to keep Homeland Security when in the middle of this. Fox News Chad reports Secret Service agents protecting the president are not getting paid. Unbelievable. We at war and the Secret Service protecting the president not getting paid. Day 19 is partial government shutdown. Double tap at the like button.
That means that Secret Service agents protecting the president are not getting paid.
Wow.
That bothers Republicans, especially after Sunday's episode at Mar-a-Lago.
Secret Service is not funded because Democrats are not funding Department of Homeland Security. So those Secret Service agents that are on the ground there working, their department, their agency is not funded right now, putting them at risk of not being paid to do their always inherently dangerous work.
This is the third major incident involving the president's safety since he was shot in 2024 in Butler, Pennsylvania. DHS and the Secret Service play a big role protecting State of the Union at the Capitol tomorrow night.
But people just seem to be opposing him from every angle, and this is not the answer.
Yeah.
Violence is never the answer.
President Trump has the majority of America, but he does have people who will cause time and time again people to do and think what you saw again now at Mar-a-Lago.
Democrats are refusing to fund DHS until they score reforms at ICE. There's no urgency from Democrats. The sides remain far apart.
The problem is that we cannot provide additional funding to ICE until we are convinced that they are going to have safeguards so that they're not killing American citizens, so that they're not taking actions that violate people's constitutional rights.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. What y'all think? Double tap, hit the like button, man. Leave your comments, man. Let's get into it.
That means that Secret Service agents protecting the president are not getting paid.
Now, when the president was shot the first time, what did we learn? That head of the Secret Service had to step down. It was a woman, remember? We learned that they had temporary employees protecting the president. Did you guys know that? They had temporary, when the president was shot in Butler, that wasn't Secret Service. That woman, who is no longer the head of the Secret Service, had temporary employees there that day.
That bothers Republicans, especially after Sunday's episode at Mar-a-Lago.
Secret Service is not funded.
When they say Sunday, in case you didn't know, recently there was another assassination attempt on the president's life. The president was in the White House, but a young man, a young Democratic liberal fanatic, showed up to Mar-a-Lago with a bag and with guns and bombs. And when asked to put down the gun, he aimed the gun at police and Secret Service. Miami police and Secret Service, Florida police and Secret Service both shot and killed the guy. That recently happened, and they are not getting paid.
Because Democrats are not funding Department of Homeland Security. So those Secret Service agents that are on the ground there working, their department, their agency is not funded right now, putting them at risk of not being paid to do their always inherently dangerous work.
This is the third major incident involving the president's safety since he was shot in 2024 in Butler, Pennsylvania. DHS and the Secret Service play a big role protecting State of the Union at the Capitol tomorrow night.
But people just seem to be opposing him from every angle, and this is not the answer.
Yeah.
Violence is never the answer.
President Trump has the majority of America, but he does have people who will cause time and time again people to do and think what you saw again now at Mar-a-Lago.
Democrats are refusing to fund DHS until they score reforms at ICE. There's no urgency from Democrats. The sides remain far apart.
The problem is that we cannot provide additional funding to ICE until we are convinced that they are going to have safeguards so that they're not killing American citizens, so that they're not taking actions that violate people's constitutional rights.
No, what you want to do is bankrupt America by putting millions of people through a court system when you know we can't afford to process all those people through court. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm the only one speaking the truth about this shit. They want to play innocent and play dumb. How much is it going to cost to go through the court with these 2 million alone deported? Imagine 600,000 deported by ICE in 2025. Let's use real numbers. How much would it have cost if ICE would have had to put all 600,000 of those individuals through our court system, and what logistically would have happened to the court cases for
And
Americans?
yet another bone to pick with the hapless clown, Gavin Newsom.
Scott Jennings going in on Gavin Newsom talking shit about Trump and Iran. Scott Jennings, our brother, going in on Gavin Newsom talking shit about Trump and Iran. Let's go.
It seems that this man can never quite act normal, and this time it is with some truly disgusting attacks on Israel and the Jewish community. It is breathtaking in its ignorance, and I honestly cannot believe that this man is being taken seriously as a presidential candidate. Last night at a book event alongside of a couple of the Pod Save America goobers, Gavin Newsom made accusations that Israel is an apartheid state, which is A, ridiculous, and B, one of the anti-Semitic tropes you hear running around out there. He made a number of awful, ignorant, stupid, ridiculous claims. Let's listen to Newsom here in cut number 6.
And a lot of Democrats have looked at the Netanyahu regime and felt like, you know what, we don't like the trajectory he's on. It's time to rethink the U.S. relationship with Israel, especially military support.
Well,
where do you
he's
stand?
making that easy right now. Let's talk about that. But the issue of Bibi is interesting because he's got his own domestic issues. He's trying to stay out of jail. He's got an election coming up. He's potentially on the ropes. He's got folks, the hard line, that want to annex the West Bank. I mean, Freeman and others are talking about it appropriately, sort of an apartheid state. They couldn't even, I mean, we're talking about regime change. For 2 years, they haven't even been able to solve the Hamas question in Israel. So this is, I mean, you know, I want to be careful here, but, you know, in so many ways, that influence in the context of the conversation of where Trump ultimately landed on this is pretty damn self-evident.
Do you want Gavin Newsom for president? Put a 1 in the chat. Do you support Gavin Newsom? Californication for the nation. This is your opportunity. It's coming up 2028. We're talking about a 2026 red wave today, 2026 and 2028. Do you support what Gavin Newsom just said? Do you want Gavin Newsom in the White House with this ideology and these opinions? It's up to you in 2026 and 2028, America.
It's time to rethink the U.S. relationship with Israel, especially military support.
Well,
where do you
he's
stand?
making that easy right now. Let's talk about that. But the issue of Bibi is interesting because he's got his own domestic issues. He's trying to stay out of jail. He's got an election coming up. He's potentially on the ropes. He's got folks, the hard line, that want to annex the West Bank. I mean, Freeman and others are talking about it appropriately, sort of an apartheid state. They couldn't even, I mean, we're talking about regime change. For 2 years, they haven't even been able to solve the Hamas question in Israel. So this is, I mean, you know, I want to be careful here, but, you know, in so many ways, that influence in the context of the conversation of where Trump ultimately landed on this is pretty damn self-evident.
That was Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. And I just want to bring attention to this clip to all Jewish Democrats out there. This is your party now. This is where they are headed. The front runner for the Democratic nomination in 2028 is accusing Israel of being an apartheid state. And the multimillionaire guys who made their living being Obama-era establishment types, the pro-Iran Obama White House guys, they're clapping along like seals. This is the future of the Democratic Party.
For full shows. So don't be surprised when they lose. Do not be surprised when they lose. I'm not going to be surprised when they lose. They set themselves up for failure every time. 2026 red wave, I'm giving it to you right now. I'm giving it to you right now, giving you all the hot scoops. Iran update, red wave, voter crisis, all over America. NATO in trouble. We no longer. Oh man, I almost forgot, man. I almost forgot. Did y'all know Don Lemon and all of the people, all of those Black Lives Matter protesters, those socialist left people who violated the FACE Act, all of them have been arrested. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. So we knew about Don Lemon. We knew about those two black women, the BLM protesters. One of them was so obese, they had to use extenders to put her in cuffs.
This is the beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street, you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the Civil Rights Movement was about, the Civil Rights Movement was about these very kinds of protests. Look, there's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt, it's to make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing. And that's what I believe when I say everyone has to be willing to sacrifice something. You have to make people uncomfortable in these times. If you see how uncomfortable people uncomfortably, this is a
Did y'all hear that? I hope they play this in court for when Don Lemon goes to prison. Don Lemon goes to prison. Don't it sound like a children's a bedtime story for MAGA kids? Hi, kids. I'm going to read you a bedtime story. Yay, Dad. What's it called? Don Lemon goes to prison. That's a bedtime story. I hope they play this. He says that this was done on purpose. He just basically put himself guilty. He just basically, did you hear what he said? He's basically admitting his guilt, admitting that they planned it. They purposely disrupted these people's amendment to freedom of religion. If we are America and you have a freedom of religion, Don, it's like you have a freedom to be a gay man, right? And marry a white man. You a gay black man. Everybody beat me up for being a black man and a Republican. You a gay black man. You married a white man. So these individuals have the freedom of religion just like you. Do you know the FACE Act says we're not just going to give you the freedom of religion, we're going to protect your ability to go ahead and live out that religion and worship that God. So America says you can worship any God, and they also go as far as to say we're going to protect you and say whatever building you choose and whatever God you choose, no one can come in that building. No one can go into a mosque. Even though Islam is opposed to the West, no one could go into a mosque and do anything to a Muslim. No one could go into the cathedral. No one can go into a church. Because we have this freedom of religion, you are protected while you worship. Don Lemon disagrees. How many of you people believe Don Lemon should go to jail? Put a 1 in the chat if Don Lemon should go to jail. This is unbelievable. Don Lemon right now is putting himself in prison. Listen.
Happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street, you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution, when you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the Civil Rights Movement was about, the Civil Rights Movement was about these very kinds of protests. Look, there's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt, it's to make uncomfortable. And it's
actually not true. And under the Biden administration, we have mothers, women, Catholic mothers and women who were prosecuted under Biden, DOJ, under the FACE Act, and they were incarcerated for up to 11 years for praying. Are you guys listening? For praying in front of abortion clinics. Biden, DOJ, used the FACE Act to put American mothers, Catholic American mothers, in prison for praying in front of abortion clinics. I shit you not.
The Civil Rights Movement was about these very kinds of protests. Look, there's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt, it's to make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing. And that's what I believe when I say everyone has to be willing to sacrifice something. You have to make people uncomfortable in these times. If you see how uncomfortable people uncomfortably, this is the beginning of what's going to happen here.
Don Lemon said you have to make people uncomfortable. Don Lemon said you have to make people uncomfortable. Do you agree? Don Lemon says you have to make people uncomfortable. Huh? Don't that sound like what they do with the shutdown when they took away your food stamps? I remember Democrats saying that the only way they can get change, political change in the policy that they want, is to make people uncomfortable. So Democrats purposely took away your food stamps. Democrats are purposely fucking with the airports. I hope you understand what's going on. Chris Cuomo tortures Tim Walz over claiming China may have moral authority over the United States after
Tim Walz wanted to be president and vice president of the United States? Really wants to say that we've surrendered moral authority by supporting Israel after targeting Iran, and that China may have the high moral ground? Are you nuts? They have 1 million Muslim ethnic minorities, the Uyghurs, in Canada. Tim Walz wanted to be president and vice president of the United States? Really wants to say that we've surrendered moral authority by supporting Israel after targeting Iran, and that China may have the high moral ground? Are you nuts? They have 1 million Muslim ethnic minorities, the Uyghurs, in camps in China. What are you doing? I know that you think it's a way to attack Trump, but you seem crazy when you play politics, when there is an active terror threat against us. And don't say, yeah, no, only now because of what Israel did. No. As far as we know at this point, Israel says it had to do it. We don't know why. We'll try to find out more tonight. We'll wait for the president to tell us more. But we already know what matters. Iran has done terrible things to us. One of their agents is sitting in a U.S. prison right now for trying to kill Trump. They tried to interfere in our elections. They launched ballistic missile attacks against our troops in the Middle East. They seized our naval boat.
What else do they got to do? I love that list. This Democrats. What else do they got to do to get attacked?
Tim Walz wanted to be president and vice president of the United States? Really wants to say that we've surrendered moral authority by supporting Israel after targeting Iran, and that China may have the high moral ground? Are you nuts? They have 1 million Muslim ethnic minorities, the Uyghurs, in camps in China. What are you doing? I know that you think it's a way to attack Trump, but you seem crazy when you play politics, when there is an active terror threat against us. And don't say, yeah, no, only now because of what Israel did. No. As far as we know at this point, Israel says it had to do it. We don't know why. We'll try to find out more tonight. We'll wait for the president to tell us more. But we already know what matters. Iran has done terrible things to us. One of their agents is sitting in a U.S. prison right now for trying to kill Trump. They tried to interfere in our elections. They launched ballistic missile attacks against our troops in the Middle East. They seized our naval boat.
What else? He's like, come on, man. What else would it take? You see, he not a Republican. He not a Republican. He like, man, what else would it take? I've been saying it too, Cuomo. That's what I've been saying. I had to define it for people. The Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah, hundreds of millions of dollars, thousands of missiles and drones, highly technical, highly capable Iranian proxies.
Oh, really? But why? What do you think about Donald Trump?
I love Donald Trump. He's strong. He said he'd do it. He'd do it.
I love Donald Trump. He's strong. Double tap hit the like button. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with this. IT. I love Donald Trump. I do too, IT.
Oh, really? But why? What do you think about Donald Trump?
I love Donald Trump. He's strong. He said he'd do it. He'd do it.
Oh.
Yeah. You don't like him?
No, I voted for Joe Biden.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
Never voted.
And then I voted for Kamala.
Never vote for Democrat. No one. They asshole.
You don't like Kamala?
Oh, she's a cuckoo. I'm smarter than her.
Oh, man. Can't make this up, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Here we go.
When President Trump endorses in a primary, how do things go generally?
You know, Trump yesterday on Truth Social essentially said, when I endorse, it's a very big deal because the people that I endorse, the endorsees, almost always win. And as it turns out, the president is correct on this. He is a GOAT when it comes to Republican primaries. He is a Tom Brady. He is a Babe Ruth, because take a look here. Times Trump endorsees won GOP primaries, congressional and gubernatorial races, 98% in 2020, 95% in 2022, and then 96% in 2024. Now, I will note that oftentimes he endorses incumbents, and those folks don't necessarily have very hard challenges. But even when he endorses challengers against incumbents, the challengers win a majority of the time. His endorsement, President Trump's endorsement, is as good as gold in Republican primaries.
You know, you compare it to Tom Brady. He actually does better than Tom Brady lost.
He did
a few Super Bowls, stunningly.
Yeah.
Donald Trump almost never loses when he endorses in a primary. When President Trump endorses in a primary, how do things go generally?
You know, Trump yesterday on Truth Social essentially said, when I endorse, it's a very big deal because the people that I endorse, the endorsees, almost always win. And as it turns out, the president is correct on this. He is a GOAT when it comes to Republican primaries. He's a Tom Brady. He is a Babe Ruth, because take a look here. Times Trump endorsees won GOP primaries, congressional and gubernatorial races, 98% in 2020, 95% in 2022, and then 96% in 2024. Now, I will note that oftentimes he endorses incumbents, and those folks don't necessarily have very hard challenges. But even when he endorses challengers against incumbents, the challengers win a majority of the time. His endorsement, President Trump's endorsement, is as good as gold in Republican primaries.
You know, you compare it to Tom Brady. He actually does better than Tom Brady lost.
He did
a few Super Bowls, stunningly.
Yeah.
Donald Trump almost never loses when he endorses in a primary.
Donald Trump almost never loses. Hit the like button. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Donald Trump almost never loses. No, that's what that's not what we came here to do. That's not what we came here to do. We came here to kick ass and take names and play no games. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitics. You know, we do this every day at 1 p.m. You got to be signed up. We're doing a Somalian special. I got a Somalian special right now. You can join my channel for less than it costs for a cup of coffee. You know, you can feed a starving African. Remember when we was kids, you got the starving Africans with their belly out and the flies on the eyeballs and shit, and they said they were starving. They came over here and robbed us and frauded us for $19 billion. You can feed a starving African, or you can support the channel. You can feed a starving African, or you could become a member. I got a Somalian special right now. Double tap, hit the like button. Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump DOJ, Biden lawfare, uncovering the Mar-a-Lago investigation. I told you earlier, double tap, hit the like button. The Dems, the dirty Dems, going back to Donna Brazile. Jasmine Crockett crying. Why are you crying, Jasmine Crockett? It's called the dirty Dems. Let's get into it.
Breaking tonight, a Fox News exclusive. We have new information that appears to directly contradict the Biden administration's insistence it had nothing to do with the Justice Department investigations into then former President Trump's alleged retention of classified material and the subsequent raid on his Mar-a-Lago home. Correspondent David Spunt has details tonight. Good evening, David.
Brett, good evening to you. These emails obtained by Fox News paint a different picture of the relationship between the Biden White House and the Biden Justice Department. These two offices made it clear at the time, at least publicly, they were not connected and stayed away from any political interference. However, new emails obtained by Fox News from May 2022, 3 months before Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI, illustrates coordination between the White House counsel's office and the DOJ regarding an interview of Walt Nauta. Now, remember, Walt Nauta is a current White House aide to President Trump, who was then former President Trump's aide in Florida. Nauta was later charged alongside Trump by special counsel Jack Smith. The May 10th, 2022 email reads in part, coordination with DOJ and White House counsel are in work to start the process to confirm and interview current administration employee While nada. This event is dependent upon the timeline of President Biden's brief decision and coordination between White House counsel and DOJ, and in turn, Evan Corcoran's position on the override of privilege assertion and whether or not he seeks an injunction to prevent access. That was written by an FBI agent, and Evan Corcoran, of course, one of Trump's lawyers at the time. This coming August, Brett, will mark 4 years since FBI agents raided Mar-a-Lago. A few days after that, then Attorney General Merrick Garland said this.
I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter. Second, the department does not take such a decision lightly.
And we're getting new reaction to these emails. Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan in the House says, in part, it's always worse than we thought. These newly released documents confirm that the Biden DOJ's raid on Mar-a-Lago was politically motivated. We're also hearing from Attorney General Pam Bondi. AG Bondi says the more we learn about the DOJ weaponization under the prior administration, the worse the story gets. And Brett, she says this right here. It's a key part. She says we will continue disclosing key evidence to our congressional partners to deliver the truth and bring those who committed crimes to justice. That's coming from the Attorney General tonight. Brett.
Double tap, hit the like button. Lawfare, Biden, Obama illegally going after Trump, and now is being exposed. MAGA knew the climate. Can y'all put hashtag MAGA knew the climate? We knew what they was doing. We knew what they was doing. We knew what they was up to. They didn't want to admit it. They didn't want to admit it. We knew what they was up to. We call them the dirty Dems. Jasmine Crockett, don't cry. Jasmine Crockett, don't cry. They said they cared about the victims. The Democrats exposed their hand again. 40 chests on the side of the MAGA Republicans. Democrats vote to keep sealed records of everybody who's using a slush fund to pay off sexual harassment claims. And none of you give a fuck because you don't care about real victims. You just like the Shia Muslims. All you care about is blood and violence.
I'm absolutely disgusted that we couldn't even get to 50 members of Congress who want immediate transparency. Don't we all campaign on transparency? Don't we all go out and tell the American voters that we are leaders and that we are going to get justice for them, that we are going to do right by them? And then we hire their daughters to come work for us, and your tax dollars, millions and millions of dollars, has been used in this slush fund as hush money to silence victims who have been sexually harassed, sexually abused by members of Congress. And then Congress is going to do exactly what it does best, investigate itself. And we know that none of that ever goes anywhere. The American people demand transparency. And this doesn't just pertain to a ranch in Arizona or New Mexico or an island down in the Virgin Islands. This is happening right here in our nation's capital. And we should be held to the highest standards. And to every member who voted to send this to committee, where you know this was sent to die on the House floor just moments ago, I hope you have a darn good reason to tell your constituents why you were not going to stand up for the victims. And I'm glad that we are doing something about it here in the Oversight Committee. I'm glad that this motion was made here, so we actually have another chance at transparency. But again, these are your tax dollars. These are your tax dollars that were used to silence victims. They have been settled with victims. And to the members who voted against this, go home and tell your daughters what you did today. Go home and tell your daughters what happens in the workplace, no matter where it is, in your hometown, in your nation's capital, and tell them what you did to help continue to cover up decades of corruption. I am absolutely in favor of this motion.
So let's break this down. I didn't know this, but in Congress, in the House, in the Senate, they have a slush fund of money. The DNC has money, RNC. So in the Congress, they have been using tax dollars. Not they get paid. Remember, they're getting paid during the shutdown. This is important. We discussed this during the shutdown. They're being paid right now. The TSA, Coast Guard, not being paid. They have a slush fund of taxpayer money that they use when they get caught doing something that they shouldn't be doing. You know, like a Monica Lewinsky, it became a nickname. So if they get caught getting a Lewinsky in the office, they pay off the woman. You know, like Stormy Daniels, and then they tried to charge Trump with 34 felonies. Are you guys even understanding what you're hearing? They are saying House, Congress, Senate, they get in trouble, they meet Stormy Daniels, they get a Lewinsky, and then they have to pay her off like Trump paid off Stormy Daniels, except Trump used his own money and Trump wasn't the president. Double tap at the like button. I said Trump used his own money and he wasn't an elected official when he got that Stormy Daniels ass. Big difference. These people, Bill Clinton was the president in the White House and he was married. And there was a younger woman. These people are supposed to be Congress and senators, and they're using your money, taxpayer dollars, not their money, not their lawyer. They don't have to hire a lawyer. They don't have to pay with their salary. Remember, they get paid even during the government shutdown. And if they make a mistake, if they get caught doing some heinous thing against a woman, they pay the woman off. They don't go to jail. They don't go to jail. They don't go to jail. You pay $200 and go directly. No, pay $200 and get hush money from the American people, and then you go back to work. Pay $200 in hush money, and then you get from the American people, and then you go back to work. Now that I just explained it to you, listen again. Now that I just explained it to you, listen again. Now that I just explained it to you, listen again. There was a vote on the House floor to open it up. Now listen, let me say this. Let me give you this context. Now, because it's taxpayer money, this is the beautiful thing about life. This is what happens sometimes. This is how wives find out about shitty husbands and shitty fathers. There's this beautiful thing about life. Because these shitty assholes, they're not only shitty because they wasn't doing their job. They're not only shitty because they sexually harass women, but they shitty because they wanted someone else to wipe their fucking ass. And because you're a shitty man and you didn't even wipe your own ass, there is now a record. Because you use public taxpayer dollars, there is a record of everybody who paid off the victims. And so we can actually open up and unseal. Unlike Epstein, these people are in office right now. Epstein is dead. Ghislaine is in jail. Epstein was found guilty twice. These motherfuckers are in office right now. Right now, we can get these motherfuckers out of office. You know what they just did? They just voted to send it to committee and kill it. The Democrats said this shit for years to Trump, fucking with Trump. Release the files. We said they're only doing it to distract from Trump's successes. I just played to you the graphics of how much Trump never loses. That was a CNN channel. I just wanted to give you context to what you're actually watching. They just voted to not release the information. You might say, well, how do they know who paid off? How do they? Because it was your money. See, they had to keep a record of the payoffs because it was tax dollars. It was taxpayer dollars. It was your money. So there's a record. And the vote was open up the records. Open up the records and tell us who has all these sexual harassment payoffs, who's been up here not doing their job, fucking with girls. Tell us right now so we can put them in jail or get them out of the fucking Congress. And they voted no. They always talk about keeping things, what they say, transparency. They voted no. And the majority of the people who voted no happen to be Democrats. Happen to be Democrats. Wouldn't you fucking know it?
I'm absolutely disgusted that we couldn't even get to 50 members of Congress who want immediate transparency. Don't we all campaign on transparency? Don't we all go out and tell the American voters that we are leaders and that we are going to get justice for them, that we are going to do right by them? And then we hire their daughters to come work for us, and your tax dollars, millions and millions of dollars, has been used in this slush fund as hush money to silence victims who have been sexually harassed, sexually abused by members of Congress. And then Congress is going to do exactly what it does best, investigate itself. And we know that none of that ever goes anywhere. The American people demand transparency. And this doesn't just pertain to a ranch in Arizona or New Mexico or an island down in the Virgin Islands. This is happening right here in our nation's capital. And we should be held to the highest standards. And to every member who voted to send this to committee, where this was sent to die on the House floor just moments ago, I hope you have a darn good reason to tell your constituents why you are not going to stand up for the victims. And I'm glad that we are doing something about it here in the Oversight Committee. I'm glad that this motion was made here so we actually have another chance at transparency. But again, these are your tax dollars. These are your tax dollars that were used to silence victims. They have been settled with victims. And to the members who voted against this, go home and tell your daughters what you did today. Go home and tell your daughters what happens in the workplace, no matter where it is, in your hometown, in your nation's capital, and tell them what you did to help continue to cover up decades of corruption. I am absolutely in favor of this motion.
I am absolutely in favor of this motion. Double tap, hit the like button. I am absolutely in favor of this motion. And I second that to my brother in the chat. I second that, my brother. I second that motion. And I see you, and I raise you. I see you, my brother, and I raise you. I see you, my brother, and I raise you. Oh, man. You know, we used to wake up in the morning, put it in the freezer, get it going early. That's one of my favorite songs. We would wake up in the morning, put it in the freezer, get it going early. I can't say what we would put in the freezer because I don't want to illuminate. But that was one of my, I don't know if that's a Dizza or Currency. Get it going early. You know, I got the Currency Pilot Talk box set. It's almost sold out, so no gatekeeping. It's almost sold out. Empire Records, Jet Life signed a deal with Empire Records. I got the box set, Pilot Talk 1, 2, 3, 4 on vinyl. If you don't have a record player and you a Gen X, a lot of Gen X went out and bought vinyl and record players. So I know a lot of people listening to me then went out and bought a record player. You might be hearing this now saying, holy shit, I didn't know they had Pilot Talk on vinyl. I love this guy. He has Pilot Talk on vinyl. He's my favorite YouTuber. Yeah, I got the Pilot Talk box set. Came with a paper plane, luggage, key. Oh, man, I love Currency. He's my favorite artist. I've seen him live here several times. And, yeah, man, pick it up before it sell out, man. It's beautiful, man. I got it for my birthday. Comes with 4 vinyl. It comes with the slip map for the record player. So you put that down, you put the album down, each of them correspondingly match each Pilot Talk flight. So yeah, man. Check this out, man. Adam Carolla. And yesterday I brought out, if y'all new here and y'all might not know who I am, the type of shit I talk about, man. The other day I talked about the Supreme Court blocked California policies, California law that allows secret conversations, that allowed your child to transition behind your back in secret. You may hear about it as a Supreme Court votes to out gay kids. That's not what it is. In California, I live in California. I'm a father. I'm a black father. I love my children. So I studied and I read the law. It actually talked about 3 separate conversations that were legally mandated, that teachers that are not trained to have this. It was a lot to unpack about the Supreme Court decision. Teachers are not allowed and not trained to have these type of conversations, but be that as it may, California legislated policy and law that our children behind our back would have a conversation with teachers at school, a secret conversation about transitioning and being transgender and changing their sexual orientation. These conversations were legally secret. Our children would have them at 3 different stages in elementary school. A lot of you are not aware of this, but what you need to know is this was Gavin Newsom, and Gavin Newsom, if he becomes president, will take policies like this nationwide. You got to understand this. Gavin Newsom backed this, and if he becomes president, this will become nationwide. But it was unique to California. You could have these 3 secret, they're incrementally conversations. One in kindergarten, one in 3rd grade, another one in 6th grade. And each of these secret conversations held in an elementary school, not a middle school, not a high school. It's important that they wanted to have these conversations in elementary school. Why? Because they want to give your kids puberty blockers and help them transition before they go into puberty behind your back in secret. Did you guys know that? That was law in California. It was nothing I could do. My hands were tied. Gavin Newsom tied my hands. Don't worry. You don't have to ask me why I'm Republican. You don't have to say he's black and he's Republican. You don't have to wonder. I Blexit the fuck out of the Democratic Party. I got the Blexit the fuck out of there because they took my rights as a parent. It was the longest 4 years of my life. So in California, they legislated a law where these conversations could be secret. Yesterday, I read the story, and I know a lot of people may be surprised that someone is actually talking about it because under the Biden regime, you couldn't talk about it. YouTube would block you and all bad shit would happen to you. But now Trump is president. I am proud to be honest and tell the truth and present to you the news. Yesterday, the Supreme Court blocked California. The Supreme Court blocked California, and that secret conversation is no longer ability to have. Double tap it, the like button. This is the greatest president in the world. He saved us from Title IX. He saved us from the Paris Climate Accords. He's saving us from NATO and UN. He's saving us from faulty transgender politics that help kids transition prematurely. And then you got kids now detrans. Now, this has been made illegal in Europe. Europe did this already. Remember, Europe was first with the transgender and the children, but Europe stopped it first. America was lagging because Joe Biden was so socialist left. He didn't want to follow the trend set by Europe. And the example in the studies that came back and said it's too young for kids to be taking these drugs and transitioning. And you now are creating an issue where you have kids resenting their parents and de-transitioning. That wasn't even a term. Because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we now have the term de-transitioner. That's a child who was transitioned before they knew how to count. And then when they grew up, they realized the decision that they made and they wanted to be the natural sexuality that they were born, but it was too fucking late. How fucking sad is that, you guys? And this is a secret conversation. I don't know if you agree with me or you disagree with me or you conservative, but how do you feel as an American parent, knowing that California and Gavin Newsom is running for president and they legislated a secret conversation occurred at a school that was paid for with tax dollars that could lead to a detrimental surgery that is unchangeable and your child's life could be changed forever and you have nothing to do with that decision. Whether you agree with it or not, they basically secretly took you out of that ability to parent. How do you feel about that? Whether you're on my side or not. I just wanted to give you context of the video we about to see.
Now that people are on antidepressants, now men are as well. They're on Ozempic, they're on all this stuff.
Yes.
Now, if you watch a football game, I go out of my way. I love that you're on Substack and so because you don't have to see commercials. When you watch football, all of a sudden you see commercials, and I just watch. There are so many side effects to, and, it's always suicidal and rage and, and by the way, every school shooting, everybody's all guns. I said, it's not about the guns. And it turns out that it's not only about the guns, people on drugs, not only on drugs, it's usually the wrong hormones for the wrong sex. And this transgender shit is, to me, one of the this was the Rubicon for me with Democrats. If you're still a Democrat and you support mutilating 5-year-olds because they like the color pink, you're just a monster. Shut up. I'm just done with Democrats. If you're still a Democrat now, you're nuts.
Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. If you still a Democrat, well, you heard what he said. You heard what he said. #1 podcast on YouTube. I got to go cook dinner, you guys. Had a great show today. Thank you, you guys. I'm going to go cook dinner and give my wife and kids a big hug. I want you to do the same thing. Give your wife and kids a big hug. Give your wife and kids a big hug. Tell them you love them. God bless everyone watching right now. God bless America. God bless President. God bless America. God bless the President. God bless those who've been here watching in the chat, supporting. Means so much. Everybody who liked, shared, and subscribed, became a member. Make America great again. I'll see you at 1 p.m. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you can get the community posts. I've been giving community posts, alerting people to when I go live, and they have funny memes. So I'm posting funny memes in my community. I want you to become a part of my community, become a friend, more than just a casual listener. I'm inviting you into my community, and I hope you join. Have a great day, you guys. I love you. Good night.